It started like any other day, but for Noah, the rhythmic clicking of his footsteps was about to be replaced by the sounds of a nightmare. The building was a graveyard, bodies scattered across the cold floor as a red hue stained the air. Men in suits lay dead next to their weapons, completely helpless against the horror that had invaded their world. Our boy Noah is gasping for air, his mind racing as he tries to piece together the blurry memories of the day he died. Suddenly, a massive, scaly tentacle rips through the room, and Noah realizes he's being hunted by something not of this world. The monster's limbs are everywhere, coiling around the pillars and floor like a living shadow. Noah jumps into a sprint, his heart hammering against his ribs as he dodges the crushing weight of those black coils. He spots a discarded handgun on the floor and lunges for it, desperate for even a shred of defense. He clicks the safety off and spins around, ready to face the beast behind him. With a grit of his teeth, he pulls the trigger, the muzzle flash lighting up the dim warehouse as bullets fly. The shots echo through the room, but the monster's tentacles just keep coming, unfazed by the lead. He unloads the entire clip into the darkness, the sparks flying as he fights for one more second of life. But the beast is too fast, its massive limbs closing in from every angle. In a flash of movement, a sharp tip pierces right through Noah's chest, ending his normal life in an instant. He coughs up blood, the shock of the impact leaving him gasping as his vision begins to fade. His hands tremble as he tries to grab the thing sticking out of him, but the strength is leaving his body fast. In a final act of desperation, he screams out, telling someone to strike now while the monster is distracted by his body. A golden blade flashes through the air, wielded by a warrior in shining armor. She brings the sword down with incredible force, a crimson trail following the edge of her blade. The warrior moves like a blur, slashing through the monster's tentacles with a series of high-speed strikes. With one final explosion of energy, the beast is shredded into a million pieces, falling silent at last. The warrior lands softly, her red hair flowing as she looks back at the man who just sacrificed himself. The remains of the monster dissolve into black dust, drifting away into the wind. Noah's hand goes limp, sliding off his chest as he collapses against the lockers. He's slumped against the wall, a massive hole in his chest and his lifeblood pooling around him. His breathing is shallow and wheezy, and he knows deep down that this is the end of the line. He hears the steady click of boots approaching, and a figure in gold armor steps into view. The warrior stands over him, her expression hidden in the shadows as she looks down at the dying man. Noah realizes that everything he thought he knew changed the second he looked into her eyes. She kneels beside him, her presence warm and radiating power, even as Noah struggles to keep his eyes open. She tells him that because of his bravery, everyone else will be safe, and a strange light begins to glow from her hand. But her voice is filled with sadness as she admits she can't save him, whispering a soft apology. Noah just smiles through the blood, saying it's okay because he always wanted to go out like a hero. He reaches out and takes her hand, asking for her name one last time before the darkness takes him. She reveals herself as Raylina, a Valkyrie of the dawn, her eyes reflecting a mix of respect and sorrow. She grips his hand tight, thanking him and apologizing again as the world starts to go black for Noah. Her voice is the last thing he hears, telling him that he saved the world. And just like that, Noah Brown died, a hero whose sacrifice would never be written in the history books. But something strange was happening. A glowing orb in the darkness begins to crack. In a flash of purple light, monstrous birds scream through a dark, hellish sky. Legions of skeletons and demons roar into the night, signaling a world ruled by chaos. And standing against them all is a lone man with a glowing spear, facing down a literal army of nightmares. It's Noah, but he looks different, stronger, colder, as he readies his weapon for battle. An armored beast lunges at him, its eyes glowing with a murderous rage. Noah doesn't even flinch, driving his spear straight through the creature's skull in a spray of light. He realizes that his journey wasn't over. He's been brought back to save the world all over again. A massive worm-like monster rises from the ground, but Noah stands his ground, spear at the ready. He looks up with a predatory grin, his eyes glowing red with a newfound power. His heart begins to pound with an intense rhythm, the sound of a warrior reborn. He charges forward into the horde, a streak of fire and steel against the darkness. This time, he's not just a victim, he's the one the monsters should be afraid of in this brand new world. Noah opens his eyes to find himself drifting through a sea of stars and cosmic dust. He's floating in the middle of a vast, infinite galaxy, looking totally out of place in his work clothes. He remembers dying, but his heart feels empty, and he wonders if this whole thing is just some weird afterlife dream. He tries to focus, but his memories are slippery and hazy, like he's trying to catch smoke with his bare hands. He thinks back to the monster and the woman in gold, trying to figure out who they were and why they were there. He looks around the empty space and calls out, wondering if there's anyone else in this cosmic graveyard. A booming, ancient voice echoes through the stars, simply addressing him as human. Massive, dark tentacles emerge from the shadows of the nebula, coiling through the air. A colossal figure draped in a cloak made of galaxies appears, its face a swirling void of light. The entity tells Noah that he has something they want, and Noah can only stare up in shock, asking what the hell this thing is. It identifies itself as the incarnation of the void, claiming this place is the end of all existence. It explains that Noah's soul was shattered across different realms, and he's only here because they put the pieces back together. Noah's soul flares up in a bright blue flame, and he sarcastically thanks them for the rebuild. The entity shuts him down, saying they don't want his gratitude, they only want the seal he's carrying. Noah has no clue what they're talking about, but the void tells him the seal is bonded to his soul and gives him a spell to access it. Noah is skeptical, wondering how a regular guy is supposed to reach within his soul on command. He takes a deep breath and decides to try it anyway, mostly because he doesn't want to piss off the giant space god. He closes his eyes and focuses, and suddenly his entire body begins to glow with an intense, holy light. A digital ding echoes in his head as a system interface begins to generate the astral script. The system processes the data, loading up a screen that looks like something straight out of a video game. Noah stares at a floating blue window that welcomes him to the astral system and lists his status as dead. He sees that the seal is indeed fused with his soul, but the details are all blocked out by question marks. The void entity is visibly annoyed, grumbling that separating the seal from Noah's soul is going to be a massive pain. Noah just gives them a dry look, acting like their problem isn't really his concern. The entity offers a solution. Noah can become their puppet in exchange for godlike power. Images of Noah as a dark warrior leading an army of shadows flash through his mind. He sees himself standing over defeated enemies, a king of the void with a red-hot spear. The entity promises he will be their rebirth and receive a new life if he just agrees to be their tool. Noah looks up, his face set in a hard line, and asks what happens if he just says no. The entity's tone turns cold, warning him that if he refuses, they'll just rip his soul apart and take what they want. It describes the process of consuming his soul with terrifying glee, expecting Noah to fold under the pressure. Noah just scoffs, realizing he doesn't have a real choice, but he asks if he gets a lawyer before signing his life away. He points out that the contract is totally unfair since the void is way stronger than he is, questioning why he should trust them. The system asks if he wants to accept the pact, and Noah feels his memories of being alive slipping away by the second. He clenches his fist and hits no, telling the entity he refuses to be anyone's puppet and questioning why a god even needs his permission. The tentacles suddenly lash out, swirling around Noah in a violent whirlwind of darkness. They wrap around his limbs and neck, pinning him in place as the void begins to squeeze the life out of him. Noah gasps for air as a tentacle tightens around his face, his eyes wide with fear and defiance. The entity booms that his refusal is not acceptable, the air around them crackling with dark energy. The void god's eyes glow with a fierce purple light as it prepares to force its will upon the tiny human. It gathers a ball of pure cosmic power between its hands, the energy humming with the sound of a dying star. Noah struggles against the shadows, but he's being held fast as the entity descends upon him. It tells him that if he won't be a puppet, he'll be their messiah instead, but it's just a prettier word for the same thing. It leans in close, promising to harvest the seal from his soul the very second he dies in the mortal world. Noah curses at them, his spirit literally breaking under the weight of the god's power as the system tries to force him to accept. The entity tilts its head, promising him he'll be a god among mortals and that people will worship him. Noah grits his teeth and pulls against the restraints, shouting that he will never bow to a monster. The entity pauses, its glowing eyes staring at the stubborn human, and asks what it will actually take to make him cooperate. The pressure vanishes, and Noah falls to his knees, gasping for breath on the floor of the void. He looks up, a clever glint in his eye, and reminds the entity that they said spirit strength governs the pact. Noah makes a counteroffer. He'll work for them, but his spirit will be the one in control of the pact. He smirks, calling their bluff and betting that they can't actually kill him without losing the seal forever. A booming, distorted laughter fills the void, echoing through the stars. The entity is impressed that a mere mortal managed to best them in a negotiation and agrees to his terms. The system announces that a pact of the Voidborn has been made, and Noah begins to scream as his body is flooded with power. He's engulfed in a pillar of purple light, his very soul being rewritten by the power of the abyss. One of his eyes glows with a haunting purple light as the void itself is tied to his spirit. The transformation is complete, and the entity grins, eager to see how Noah will use this stolen power. Noah's hand reaches out as he's pulled through a swirling portal of dark water and light. A system notification pops up, telling him he has been summoned and has arrived in a place called Erandir. He wakes up on a stone altar surrounded by hooded figures who are chanting and hailing him as a great being of the abyss. He pushes himself up, his hands shaking as the bright light of the ritual chamber blinds him. Noah rubs his head, groaning in pain and wondering where the hell he's ended up this time. The cultists are losing their minds, shocked that an abyssal creature can actually speak their language. They bow low, calling him a great spirit, as a massive warrior drags something across the floor toward the altar. It's a woman, bound and gagged, being treated like nothing more than a piece of meat for the god they just summoned. The cult leader gestures to her, asking Noah to accept this woman's life as a blood sacrifice. Noah's eyes go wide with horror as he realizes he's just been summoned into a room full of murderous lunatics. The executioner draws a massive sword, the steel singing as he prepares to kill the woman right in front of Noah. Noah's mind is racing, realizing he needs information and power immediately if he's going to stop this. A system quest pops up, telling him he's in a room full of enemies and that it's time to start running. He sees a menu for abilities and skills, realizing he's basically in a real-life RPG now. The Run 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 quest flashes on his screen, promising a map unlock if he can just get out of there. Noah drops into a crouch, cursing his luck as he realizes these idiots really think he's some kind of ancient demon. He stands up and tries to play the part, acting like a disappointed god to buy some time. He points a finger and shouts at the cultists, demanding to know where he is, and acting like he's offended they brought him here. The cultists tremble and bow, explaining they are in Erandir and that they want a blessing in exchange for the sacrifice. Noah puts on his best angry god face, scolding them for interrupting his cosmic nap for such a tiny favor. The cultists panic, waving their hands and desperately trying to explain that he can enter their world whenever he wants. While they're groveling, Noah is desperately trying to figure out his next move. Realizing his acting won't hold up for long, he unlocks the Identify skill, a universal perk that lets him see the truth behind people and objects. He focuses his gaze, peeking through his fingers to see who he's actually dealing with. He scans the room, identifying the cultists and the executioner, but his eyes land on the woman on the floor, Aurelia, a flame warden. He realizes that if he frees her, she might be his only ticket out of this temple alive. He checks his inventory and finds a single mysterious scroll tucked away in his system storage. He reaches into the digital window, his hand disappearing into the blue light as he grabs the item. The cultists are amazed by his teleportation magic as he pulls out a welcome letter that essentially says, "Have a nice stay." Noah holds the scroll up and shouts a decree, telling the cultists he'll grant their request, but only if the woman stays alive. He declares that she will be his servant, and the cultists begin to whisper and murmur among themselves, unsure of this new deal. The leader is hesitant, pointing out that every pact in history has required a blood sacrifice to work. Noah shuts him down with a wave of his hand, walking toward the woman with an air of absolute authority. He stands over her, looking down at the terrified woman who has no idea he's actually trying to save her. He leans down and whispers to her, telling her to play along and pretend he's controlling her, before shouting to the room that she is now his vessel. Suddenly, a voice booms from the back, asking what the hell is going on as the real cult chief arrives. Noah freezes, realizing his bluff has just been called by someone who actually knows what they're doing. The new guy shouts that Noah isn't an elemental at all, he's just a regular human, and the cultists are all idiots. The chief's eyes glow with a murderous light as he orders the cultists to capture Noah, and the run quest fails instantly. A new quest pops up, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" as Noah is tackled to the ground by the executioner. Noah isn't going down without a fight. He throws a desperate punch, hitting the warrior with everything he's got. The executioner is dazed, his face bloodied as he trembles on the floor from the unexpected blow. Noah spots the key to the woman's shackles on the floor and lunges for it, his fingers straining to reach the metal. He catches it and throws it toward the woman, screaming at her to wake up and free herself while she has the chance. The executioner is back on his feet, his sword swinging toward Noah's head as he barely manages to flinch away. Noah spins around, his heart racing as the sharp blade misses his neck by mere inches. The cultist lets out a war cry and dashes forward, determined to end Noah for the embarrassment he caused. Shadows suddenly coil around Noah's feet, and for a second a grin of pure malice flashes on his face. But it's not enough. The executioner's sword pierces through Noah's shoulder, a spray of blood hitting the floor as his health bar drops. Noah collapses to the floor, coughing up blood as the warrior raises his sword for the finishing blow. Just as the blade is about to fall, a spark of orange light flickers in the air. A massive explosion of fire erupts from the center of the room, turning the air into a furnace. The executioner is engulfed in flames, his screams filling the chamber as he's burned alive. Noah looks up in awe, the heat of the fire reflecting in his eyes as he watches the tide turn. The woman stands up, her shackles melted away and her feet planted firmly on the stone floor. Aurelia is a goddess of fire now, her eyes glowing with power as the cultists dash forward to stop her. She swings her arms, sending a wave of pure flame through the room that incinerates everything in its path. The cultists are caught in the blast, their hooded robes catching fire as they're tossed aside like ragdolls. A massive firestorm swirls through the temple, the screams of the dying cultists echoing off the stone walls. The cult chief is furious, screaming at his men and preparing to deal with the flame warden himself. He lunges at Noah, determined to take at least one life before the whole place goes up in smoke. Noah's system screen flashes a warning. His health is at a critical 8%. He's literally one hit away from permanent death. He grits his teeth and grabs a discarded dagger, his knuckles white as he prepares for one last desperate strike. In a blur of movement, Noah drives the blade through the cultist's chest, a shadow of the void god appearing behind him. Blood splatters across the floor as the cultist falls, his life ending at the hands of the man he thought was a weakling. The system dings with a flood of rewards. He's completed the quest and the secret objective, and now it's asking him if he's ready to awaken a path. Blood is everywhere, and the system is screaming at Noah that he's down to his last 7% of life. Even as he fades, the system is tallying up his wins. He's defeated a high-level cultist and freed Aurelia, hitting a secret objective he didn't even know existed. Noah stares at the screen through blurry eyes, wondering if this is another trick or his one shot at a comeback. His HP drops to a terrifying 6% as the system asks if he's ready to awaken a path and claim his power. He collapses onto the cold stone, a sword lying nearby, thinking this is a pretty sick joke to play on someone who just got here. Dying twice in one day? Noah's not having it, and he's ready to do whatever it takes to stay in the game. He slams the yes button, and suddenly, he's ripped away from the bloody temple and pulled back into the shimmering stars of his astral space. He wakes up in a blur of white light, cursing his luck and wondering where the hell he's been teleported to this time. To his shock, he's standing in the middle of a neon-lit arcade, filled with the sounds of pew-pews and claw machines. It's a surreal trip down memory lane, a place he hasn't stepped foot in since he was a kid. A guy in a dress shirt and tie waves him over from the counter, looking like he's bored out of his mind. Noah's on guard instantly, demanding to know who this guy is and if he's just another puppet of the void gods. The guy, Dylan, just gives him a tired look, clearly not in the mood for Noah's aggressive questioning. He tells Noah to chill out for a second and let him explain the situation before he blows a fuse. He introduces himself as Dylan, claiming he doesn't have a last name because Noah's own subconscious was too lazy to give him one. Noah's annoyed that he's being blamed for a figment of his own mind, but he listens, as Dylan confirms his suspicions. Dylan admits he's a piece of the void, here to act as the representative for the pact Noah signed. He's bound to Noah's astral space now, and he sounds just as unhappy about the arrangement as Noah is. Noah walks over to an arcade cabinet, realizing this whole gaming setup is how his brain is processing his soul's power. He grabs the joystick, and the screen zips to life with a blinding flash of light. A pixelated starburst fills the monitor, accompanied by a classic 8-bit jingle. A message pops up. Since Noah's got that Diamond Premium Pact, he gets a special event and can pick 3 paths at once. Dylan leans against the counter, explaining that this astral script is just a manifestation of magic that Noah's brain can understand. It took the form of an arcade because it's something familiar to him, making the complex soul magic easier to navigate. Noah gives a small, nostalgic smile, remembering the days when his biggest worry was high scores instead of cultists. He hovers his hand over the buttons, ready to get down to business and pick his new life. Dylan says it's technically not his job to help, but since Noah is a special case, he'll guide him through the menu. With a sharp tack, Noah hits the start button to launch the Astral Fighter assessment. The system scans his history, noting the anomaly of his past life and integrating his experiences into the build. A list of basic classes like Warrior and Mage appears, and Noah asks what the catch is with these options. Dylan explains that these paths govern his 4 main attributes: Power, Constitution, Agility, and Mystic. Higher-grade paths give bigger stat boosts, but they can lock away his future potential if he's not careful. The Warrior path is standard stuff, just a basic stat boost every level for winning fights. Noah isn't impressed. These common paths look boring and won't give him the edge he needs to survive. Dylan points to another machine focused on healing, suggesting that a guy who gets stabbed as much as Noah might need it. Noah presses the button to see the cleric-type options, hoping for something with a bit more bite. He asks if picking a healing path will fix his 6% HP immediately, but Dylan just laughs. He tells him no, time is slowed down here, but when he goes back, he'll only have a few minutes before he actually bleeds out. Noah's eyes lock onto a rare path called Exsanguinator, sensing that this might be exactly what he needs. It's a path that lets him draw blood from enemies to heal himself or deal damage, total life leech vibes. Dylan nods, confirming it's a solid healing and affliction build that will keep him in the fight. Noah's feeling confident now. He's got his healing sorted, but he needs 2 more paths to round out his kit. Dylan points toward a legendary option, but Noah sees right through the trap. It's the Void's Herald path. Insane stats, but it would turn him into a literal puppet of the dark gods. He shuts it down instantly, preferring paths that give him tactical combat advantages without selling his soul. He picks Astral Walker, an epic path that focuses on agility and mystic stats, perfect for moving between dimensions. His final pick is Void Hunter, another epic path that channels his hunger into raw power and hunting instincts. With all 3 paths selected, Exsanguinator, Astral Walker, and Void Hunter, the system asks for a final confirmation. Noah sighs and slams the controls, locking in his multi-class build. Suddenly, the neon lights of the arcade begin to flicker and distort, and Noah flinches as the reality around him starts to warp. Black liquid starts dripping from the arcade screens, a sinister rustling sound filling the room. Dark shadows with glowing eyes groan as they reach out from the machines, grabbing for Noah. He grits his teeth as the black energy wraps around his hands, the power of the paths literally carving themselves into his soul. The void energy surges through him in a massive whoosh, blindingly bright and terrifyingly strong. Dylan watches with a smirk, casually mentioning that the first awakening is usually pretty painful. A massive orb of purple energy forms above Noah, sucking him into a vortex of raw power. It's agonizing. His body is being torn apart and put back together in a higher dimensional form. Black ribbons of energy wrap around his face, silencing his screams as he's pulled back toward the material world. Noah lets out one last curse at Dylan as he's flung through the cosmic tunnel, the system dinging like crazy. Notifications flood his vision. He's officially awakened the Exsanguinator and Astral Walker paths. He unlocks Blood Drain, Blink, and Obliterate, a starter pack of pure destruction. His rank jumps to F, and his paths are already leveling up before he even hits the ground. His stats skyrocket across the board, and he's awarded 14 free attribute points to spend. Noah wakes up on the bloody floor of the temple, shivering as his body struggles to process the sudden power surge. He immediately activates Blood Drain, drawing the spilled blood on the floor into his own body to heal. His HP ticks up to 11% as the blood literally flows back into his wounds, closing the lethal gashes. Across the room, the cult chief is attacking Aurelia with shadow tentacles, slamming her against the floor. The chief is a monster, his dark energy filling the room as he prepares to finish off the weakened Flame Warden. Aurelia wipes her mouth, her eyes burning with rage as she pushes herself back up for one last round. The system gives Noah a new quest, exterminate the cult chief, with an optional objective to not die. The chief's shadow tentacles lash out like whips, and Aurelia barely managed to block the crushing strikes. She ignites her fists, throwing a barrage of fire punches that light up the darkness of the temple. The chief just laughs maniacally, his dark barrier absorbing her flames while she screams in frustration. A massive explosion rocks the room, and the system reminds Noah that he needs to step in if they're going to survive this hard difficulty fight. Noah looks at his glowing screen, realizing he's still too weak to face the chief head-on and needs to use those attribute points. He reviews his low stats, knowing that a balanced build is his best bet for surviving the chaos. He debates whether to go all in on power or play it safe, his mind racing as the battle rages nearby. He dumps the points into power, agility, and constitution, watching his stats jump up to a solid level 7 across the board. Aurelia charges the chief again, her body wreathed in fire, but the old man's shadows are everywhere. The ground thumps as massive chunks of the ceiling begin to fall, the temple literally crumbling under the weight of their magic. Aurelia is sent flying through the air by a dark shockwave, her flames flickering as she loses her footing. She slams into the floor with a thud, the impact cracking the stone beneath her. The chief's eyes go wide as a massive fist of fire and rock suddenly erupts from the ground toward him. Aurelia isn't done. She launches a volley of flaming boulders, forcing the chief to focus entirely on defense. He lets out a whoosh of dark energy, his face twisted in a snarl as he tries to swat away her attacks. A massive boom echoes as their powers collide, filling the room with a blinding mix of purple and orange light. Noah spots the executioner's sword on the floor and grabs it, his new stats making the heavy blade feel as light as a feather. He reaches into his inventory, pulling out the welcome scroll he got from the system earlier. He stands up, a plan forming in his head as he glares at the chief through the smoke. Aurelia is being pinned down by the shadows, and Noah knows he has to draw the chief's attention right now. He shouts at Victril, calling him by name and telling him this whole fight has been a misunderstanding. He plays the Dark God card again, claiming to be an emissary sent to deliver a message from the incarnation of the Void. The chief is skeptical, hovering on his tentacles, but Noah holds up the scroll like it's a holy relic. He tells the old man that the Void has heard his devotion and has finally sent an answer. Victril stares at the scroll, his greed and fanaticism war with his common sense for a split second. Noah dares him to call him a liar, acting like the chief is about to blow the biggest opportunity of his life. The chief snaps, his tentacles lunging forward in a whoosh, and Noah realizes his bluff didn't work nearly as well as he hoped. He triggers Blink, his body dissolving into blue streaks of light as he teleports away from the strike. He reappears high in the air, falling toward the chief with his sword held high. He pulls the blade back, focusing all his newfound power into a single, lethal downward thrust. The steel glows with a faint blue aura as it slices through the air toward the chief's unprotected neck. With a massive shock, the blade bites deep into the old man's shoulder, pinning him to the ground. The sword goes right through him, blood spraying as the chief gasps in shock and pain. Noah slides across the floor after the landing, his eyes fixed on the target as he shouts for Aurelia to finish it. The chief is gurgling blood, trying to pull the sword out, but it's too late. The floor thumps as Aurelia brings a massive pillar of fire down on the chief's head. She lets out a roar of triumph, her fire consuming the shadows and the old man alike in a hellish blaze. The chief is incinerated, his body turning to ash as he lets out one final, pathetic scream. Aurelia throws a final sphere of flame into the pile, making sure there's nothing left of the cultists. The cult leader is gone, his twisted magic finally silenced by the combined efforts of our duo. Aurelia jumps into the air, landing a series of flaming kicks and punches on any remaining cultists trying to flee. She raises her leg for a final, crushing blow, her power level far beyond anything these low-level thugs can handle. The system dings with a notification. They've defeated the chief and his flesh-grafting assistant, netting a massive XP hoard. Noah's paths level up instantly, and his stats jump again as he breathes a sigh of relief. He finally finishes the Exterminatus quest, receiving a rare skill tome as a reward. He throws his hands up and cheers, celebrating the fact that he actually survived his first real boss fight. He collapses onto his back, totally exhausted, but Aurelia walks over with a look that says she's not done with him yet. She stands over him, flames still dancing in her hand, and demands to know who he really is and why he was at that altar. She asks if he's even human, her suspicion returning now that the adrenaline of the fight is fading. Noah looks up at her, realizing that lying to a woman who can turn him into a charcoal briquette is probably a bad idea. He takes a deep breath and admits the truth. No, he's not from this world. Aurelia stares at him, her orange eyes reflecting the dying embers of the fire as she processes his confession. Noah stands his ground, admitting he's an outsider, but hoping his help in the fight earned him some trust. She asks if he's with the Iron Fists, her hand glowing with a burst of fire as she demands answers. Noah pushes himself back up, totally confused, and asks who the hell the Iron Fists even are. He swears he's never heard of them, and Aurelia searches his face for any hint of a lie. She finally lets the fire die down and apologizes, admitting she's just been on edge after being betrayed today. She reveals that her own adventuring team drugged her and sold her to the cult, making her trust issues pretty understandable. Noah tries to explain his system using RPG terms, but Aurelia just looks at him like he's speaking a dead language. He tells her he died at his job and was reborn here, and she's shocked. Resurrection is usually something only a god can pull off. Noah just shrugs, admitting the whole situation is just as confusing for him as it is for her. She accepts his story, noting that outerworlders are rare, but he doesn't seem like he's trying to kill her. She walks over and sits down, crossing her legs in the middle of the ruined temple floor. Noah asks why she's meditating when they should probably be running for their lives. She explains that meditation is the only way to replenish her mana, and she's completely drained after that fight. She points out that Noah's aura is low too, but he's never even heard of having an aura before. He tries to show off some magic tricks from Earth, but Aurelia is just confused why an exsanguinator would be so clueless. She tells him that as long as he's not into necromancy or human sacrifice, he'll be fine with the Adventurers Guild. Noah sits down to join her, and the system dings as it detects his attempt at rest. He officially unlocks the meditation skill, and his mana and health bars start to climb back up. While they wait, Noah starts poking through his system menus to see what other tricks he has up his sleeve. He sees his stats are looking much healthier, with power and constitution hitting level 15. He checks his new abilities: Blood Drain, Blink, and Obliterate. Curious about that last one. Obliterate allows him to channel void energy to annihilate anything in his path, which sounds like a total game changer. He tries to test it, but a warning pops up. Using it drains his health, which makes him glad he picked the healing path first. Aurelia stands up, stretching her muscles and announcing that she's back at 100% mana. They walk past the crater where the cult chief used to be, his body now just a heap of ash and broken stone. Aurelia leans down and spots something among the rubble, her eyes lighting up with excitement. She pulls out a golden storage bracelet, explaining that it's a high-level space magic item that's huge on the inside. Noah's jealous of the loot, but Aurelia warns him that these devices are blood-bound and impossible to open once the owner dies. She starts digging through the chief's remains, hoping to find a physical key since they can't bypass the magic. Noah asks to see it, and she tosses the bracelet to him, not expecting much from the newbie. Noah activates his system, his eyes glowing blue as he scans the magical item for weaknesses. The system detects the storage device and asks if he wants to override the bond and transfer the items. He hits yes, and a literal treasure trove floods his inventory: mana stones, potions, daggers, and a rare ring. Aurelia is still searching the body for a cellar key, completely unaware that Noah just pulled a fast one. Noah holds up the key and asks if she's looking for this one, leaving Aurelia absolutely speechless. He casually lists off all the loot he just grabbed, and Aurelia is stunned. Nobody should be able to just take things from a dead man's storage. He pulls out the chief's robe, admitting he badly needs a change of clothes after being stabbed and covered in blood. He equips the dark robe and cloak, looking a lot more like a proper adventurer, before picking up a creepy gold ring with a literal eyeball on it. Aurelia tells him it's an abyssal eye ring. Disgusting, sure, but it gives a massive boost to his mana and perception. He slips it on, and his system dings as his identify skill levels up to intermediate. He glances at Aurelia and realized he can finally see her level. She's a level 68 Flame Warden, nearly as strong as the chief himself. He pulls out the twin daggers from his inventory, giving them a test swing to get a feel for the weight. A wicked grin spreads across his face. He's finally starting to feel like he belongs in this world. He loves the feel of the new weapons, enjoying the fact that he's getting geared up for free. Aurelia walks over, her footsteps echoing in the quiet temple as the smoke begins to clear. She asks him if that was the first time he's ever killed someone, her tone surprisingly soft. She can tell by the look in his eyes she's been an adventurer long enough to recognize the weight of a first kill. Noah asks why she stays in this line of work, and she admits it's for wealth and respect, but mostly she wants to help people and can't stand by while evil cults run wild in her world. She asks if he regrets killing the cultist, and Noah takes a moment to think it over. He admits he doesn't. It was him or them, and he's not about to apologize for surviving. Aurelia agrees, noting that if they hadn't fought back, the cult would have killed many more innocents. She compliments him, saying his cool head and de-escalation tactics prove he'd actually make a great adventurer. Noah smiles, genuinely appreciating the praise from a warrior as strong as her, He asks her how to use the tomes he found, wanting to power up even more before they leave. She explains that he needs a ritual circle and the tome as a conduit, offering to draw one for him. But before she can even start, the room begins to glow with a brilliant blue light that catches her completely off guard. Noah just places his hand on the book, his eye ring glowing as the system bypasses the need for a ritual entirely. The pages flutter as they're absorbed directly into his soul, leaving Aurelia shouting that that is not how magic is supposed to work. The system asks if he wants to use the Tome of Sight to unlock a new ability, and Noah doesn't hesitate. He raises his finger toward the confirmation button, ready to see the world through a whole new set of eyes. Here goes nothing. The rise of the Devourer has officially begun. Noah looks at the Tome of Sight and doesn't hesitate, choosing to link it to his Void Hunter path. The system dings as the tome is consumed, unlocking a brand new ability, Void Hunter's Eye. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shoots from his forehead as his Abyssal Eye ring boosts the new skill to level 3 instantly. Our boy is losing it. He's seeing the world in full 4K HD, an isekai experience that makes everything look sharper than ever. He thinks he's seeing Mana, but Aurelia corrects him, telling him that flickering fire around her is actually her aura. Noah looks down at his own hands and sees a dark, swirling purple energy, his own aura of the void. He calls the feeling sick, and while Aurelia is confused by the slang, Noah is just hyped to finally feel like a real player. Next up is the Tome of Infliction, and Noah smashes that yes button to see what kind of damage he can add to his kit. He unlocks Bleed, a rare grade ability that makes his enemies leak health every time he lands a strike with his daggers. Aurelia is impressed, noting that status effect skills like that usually only show up for high-tier adventurers. She tells him it's time to move out, but first, he needs to eat an F-grade mana stone to top off his energy. She warns him not to get greedy. Eating a stone higher than his rank will cause mana poisoning, and it isn't pretty. She flexes a bit, explaining that a stone just 2 grades higher gives a massive temporary boost, but leaves you paralyzed and in agony. If he tries to go any higher, his body literally won't be able to handle the pressure and he'll explode or die a slow internal death. Noah pockets the glowing red stone, a small smirk on his face as he realizes he's got work to do. As they walk through the dark, damp corridors, Noah asks if there are any other survivors left in this hellhole. Aurelia's face darkens as she clenches her fist, revealing she was the very last one left in the underground cells. She warns him to watch his step. Even with the chief dead, this place is likely crawling with traps and hidden monsters. They move deeper into the temple, their footsteps echoing off the cold blue stones of the dungeon. Noah watches Aurelia's back, sensing the weight of the grief she's carrying for her fallen comrades. They reach a heavy door, and Aurelia asks if Noah still has that magical storage device they looted. He hands over the golden bracelet, and she takes it with a firm nod of thanks. Flames burst from her hands as she prepares to use her power for something other than just burning cultists. She raises her glowing fist, acting as a human torch to light up the ancient script etched into the walls. Noah stares at the strange symbols, wondering what kind of madness drives people to join a cult like this. Aurelia sighs, saying that across every world human nature is the same. People get lured in by power, fake promises, or just being born into the wrong crowd. She points out that everyone they fought today was an awakened adult who chose to commit those atrocities freely. Noah reaches out to touch the wall, noticing a strange ripple in the air that his new eyes picked up instantly. He realizes this entire section of the wall is a flickering illusion, a trap meant to drop unsuspecting intruders into a pit. He clarifies that he's not feeling sorry for the killers, but he's thinking about the victims who never had a choice in what happened to them. Aurelia looks away, her voice low as she admits there are ways to deal with those who are forced into the abyss. She describes the priests of Hellion, who use a ritual of fire to cleanse abyssal influence, but it's a brutal public execution that burns the soul. Even the ones who survive the fire are never the same, their minds shattered by the very magic meant to save them. Noah is horrified, trembling as he realizes that even the good guys in this world have a pretty cruel definition of mercy. They reach a hallway lined with massive iron spikes, and Aurelia points ahead to a glowing blue portal. It's a magically sealed doorway, shimmering with an intense, watery energy that blocks their path. Aurelia touches the barrier, feeling the hum of the magic, and decides that the fastest way through is just to punch it open. Fire erupts around her arm as she gathers her strength, her aura flaring up in a bright orange wave. She throws a haymaker of pure flame, the air screaming as her fist connects with the magical seal. A massive boom rocks the hallway as the barrier shatters into a million glowing shards. Noah just stares at the smoking ruin of the doorway, realizing that Aurelia's style is basically just blowing everything up. They step into a quiet room filled with desks and scrolls, clearly the chief's private study. Noah looks around the blue-tinted room, his eyes scanning for any more hidden secrets or loot. Aurelia flips through a book, but she's disappointed, thinking there's nothing but boring research notes here. Noah disagrees, betting that a paranoid cult leader would have hidden his best treasures somewhere much more creative. He walks over to the bookcase and starts pulling on a specific book, his movie trope senses tingling. His abyssal eye ring begins to smoke as he finds a hidden latch behind the leather-bound covers. He lets out a sneeze and a system window pops up. He's found a rare skill book of advanced abyssal call. He shuts the system down, telling it not now, as he focuses on finding the actual entrance to the secret area. He starts thumping on the bookcase, and Aurelia asks what the hell he's doing, but Noah just smiles and says he learned this from movies. He finds a keyhole hidden behind a loose plank and whispers, "Bingo!" as he pulls out the cellar key. He slides the golden key into the lock, and with a satisfying click, the gears behind the wall begin to turn. The entire bookcase rumbles and slides aside, revealing a dark, hidden staircase leading down into the bowels of the temple. Aurelia is genuinely impressed, admitting that Noah's world must be a very strange place if people just know how to find secret doors. As they step into the dark, Noah spots fresh blood splatters on the stone floor, his heart beginning to race. Aurelia holds up a finger and creates a small firefly light to guide them through the oppressive gloom. They find themselves in a long, vaulted tunnel filled with empty cages and the lingering scent of death. A hidden quest pops up, blood behind the walls, warning Noah that he's straying into secrets that were never meant to be seen. Noah just stares at the blue screen, realizing that in this world, every secret room comes with a side of life-threatening danger. Noah tells Aurelia that his quest is to uncover the mystery of this chamber, but the lack of a listed reward makes it feel extra ominous. Aurelia agrees, noting that anything the system hides the difficulty for is usually a nightmare waiting to happen. Noah pats her arm and suggests she stays back, but Aurelia just gives him a look that says, "Not a chance." She points out that Noah's barely awakened his powers, and that this place is way too dangerous for a newbie like him. She tells him F-rankers should be out hunting slimes, not wandering into the heart of an abyssal cult's secret dungeon. Noah suggests they just leave and come back with a whole army, but Aurelia's eyes go hard with a sense of duty. She can't leave, not while her team's betrayers might still be lurking and her friends' bodies are still missing. She's terrified that if she doesn't find them now, the cult's magic will turn her murdered allies into a legion of the undead. Noah realizes there's no talking her out of it, so he clenches his fist and swears he won't let her die here alone. She lets out a small laugh, finding it cute that he thinks he can protect her, but Noah reminds her he did help her kill the chief. She admits he's taking to magic faster than anyone she's ever seen, even if his video game explanation makes zero sense to her. They reach a fork in the tunnel, and Aurelia points to the left, her firefly lights leading the way into the darkness. The hallway gets incredibly cramped, and Aurelia explains its defensive architecture designed to slow down any invading enemies. Noah accidentally thumps his hand against the wall and flinches. These bricks are mana-forged and tough enough to withstand a tank. They reach another massive set of double doors, and Noah jokingly asks if she's going to punch this one open too. He reaches for the handle, his bandaged hand trembling slightly as he prepares for whatever's on the other side. The door opens with a slow, heavy kriya-ak, and they both step into a massive, circular ritual hall. Papers are scattered everywhere across the floor, covered in twisted diagrams and dark research. This was clearly Victral's real study, the place where he performed his most forbidden experiments. While Aurelia looks at the scrolls, Noah picks up a book and realizes it contains the chief's entire plan for creating a god. He reads about a chimera Victral was trying to build from his own familiar, and the silhouette on the page is pure nightmare fuel. The first prototype was a failure, strong and regenerative, but too stupid to be of any real use. Victral realized that stitching too many bodies together at once just led to a mindless, screaming mess, but the second prototype was a breakthrough. It had an unmatched affinity for the void, and even kept its human intelligence. Noah looks at the drawings, and his blood runs cold as he realizes Aurelia was supposed to be the strong base for the final version. Victril needed an E rank awakened at minimum to make the chimera stable enough to control. Noah's eyes narrow as he reads that the chief had already put out a request to find a perfect host, realizing how close Aurelia came to a fate worse than death. The quest Blood Behind the Walls completes, but the reward none makes Noah feel like he's just stepped into a trap. Suddenly, a bone-chilling GRAAA echoes through the room, and Noah spins around, sensing a massive presence behind them. Aurelia screams for them to run as something massive begins to move in the shadows at the back of the room. They stop dead in their tracks as they find a pile of mangled hooded bodies, the prototype failures. One of the cultists is still barely alive, gurgling that it is grieving for its master as he dies in a pool of his own blood. A heavy thump-thump shakes the floor, coming from a massive iron cage at the far end of the hall. Noah's system identifies the thing in the cage as a flesh-grafted horror, and Aurelia realizes with a sob that the monster is made from her missing friends. The beast stays still for a moment, and Noah lets out a shaky sigh, hoping the thing just isn't interested in them. But the creature has dozens of eyes, and one of the heads stitched into its neck points directly at Noah, whispering, "Master, ring." Noah looks down at his stolen ring and curses his luck. The monster thinks he's the one who killed its creator. The horror lets out a deafening ga-argh, its massive tongue lashing out as it prepares to tear the entire room apart. Aurelia snaps out of her shock and launches a burst of fire, screaming for the monster to stay away from them. Noah dodges a strike as a new quest appears, A Familiar's Vengeance. The difficulty is very hard, and the reward is an epic ability tome. He curses the system for the timing as the monster rips through its cage with a terrifying shh sound. The horror looms over them, its multiple faces all crying out for vengeance for their fallen master. A massive hand slams into the floor with a squelch, and the room begins to tremble under the monster's weight. It lets out a piercing shriek that sends a physical shockwave through the air, nearly knocking Noah off his feet. Noah shouts that they need to get out of there now, realizing they are completely outmatched. He tries to sprint away, his heart hammering as the monster's shadow stretches across the entire hallway. The beast moves with a heavy thud, its massive, multi-limbed body surprisingly fast despite its size. It slams its fist into the wall, shattering the mana-forged bricks as if they were made of glass. It crawls over the rubble with a rhythmic thump-thump, its many eyes fixed on the man wearing the chief's ring. It opens its primary mouth, revealing rows of jagged teeth and a tongue that looks like a living snake. Noah is grabbed by the arm, and he shouts "shit" as he's nearly yanked off his feet by the monster's brute strength. He tries to activate Blink to escape, but the system window flickers and fails. His skills are being blocked. The monster grins with a terrifying, wide-mouthed expression, sensing that its prey is finally cornered. A notification pops up. Noah's aura is suppressed, meaning he's completely cut off from his teleportation powers. The monster's tongue wraps around Noah's leg and flings him through the air like a ragdoll. He slams into the floor and slides, gasping for breath, as Aurelia dashes in to draw the monster's attention. She activates her Flame Warden eyes, glaring at the beast and calling it a pest that needs to be exterminated. She slides across the floor, dodging a strike as she prepares to unload a full-power fire attack. She realizes the horror has stupidly high health regeneration. Her fire is hurting it, but the wounds are closing almost instantly. Noah clutches his head, groaning in agony as a high-pitched noise begins to ring in his ears. He's been hit by a phantom shriek, but the system dings. His void-born spirit is strong enough to resist the worst of the effects. Aurelia is a whirlwind of flame, her feet thumping against the stone as she dodges a barrage of strikes from the monster's many limbs. She's moving like a blur, swinging her fire-wreathed fists and kicks into the beast's fleshy torso. She jumps onto the monster's back, her aura exploding in a boom that sends chunks of charred meat flying everywhere. She lands a massive flaming punch right into one of the monster's faces, the impact echoing through the dungeon. The horror is slammed into the ground with a massive crash, but it's already starting to heal the damage. She asks Noah if he's all right, and he grumbles that he's just got a little ringing in his ears. The monster staggers back to its feet, blood and black liquid leaking from the gaping hole in its chest. Suddenly, it begins to spin its body like a top, its many limbs becoming a deadly hurricane of flesh and bone. A massive whoosh of air fills the room as it charges forward, a living meat grinder aimed straight at our duo. Noah and Aurelia both dive out of the way, the spinning monstrosity barely missing them as it smashes into a pillar. Aurelia lets out another burst of fire, but she looks exhausted. She's running out of mana again. Noah watches her through the smoke, realizing that if he doesn't do something drastic, they're both going to end up as part of that thing. The spinning monster turns back toward him, and Noah grits his teeth, knowing it's time to risk everything on one final gambit. Aurelia charges back into the fray, her eyes burning with a desperate determination as she prepares for another round. She throws a massive flaming punch, the shockwave of the POW sending ripples through the air. She leaps through the air, trying to keep the monster off balance, but the beast is starting to adapt to her moves. The faces on the monster's torso all begin to scream "No!" in unison, a chorus of voices that chills Noah to the bone. Aurelia shouts for the beast to stay back, her flames turning a deep, angry orange as she pushes her magic to the limit. Noah looks at the monster with a mix of horror and pity. All those voices sound so helpless, trapped inside a living nightmare. Aurelia's hands move in a rhythmic up-down motion as she gathers every last drop of mana for a final spell. She lets out a massive burn as a pillar of fire erupts from the floor, engulfing the monster in a towering inferno. The horror shrieks as the flames lick its skin, its body twisting and contorting in the heat. Noah watches in disbelief as the monster doesn't die. Even a direct hit from a level 68 mage isn't enough to put it down. The monster twitches, its flesh bubbling as it whispers pain hurts through its many mouths. It shudders, and suddenly, a massive, leathery wing cracks open from its back, covered in dark red veins. The wing snaps open with a loud crack, and the beast lets out a roar that sounds like a chorus of the damned. It unleashes its phantom wail again, and this time, even Noah's void resistance isn't enough to block it out completely. He's hit with a terror debuff, all his stats drop by 10%, and his health regeneration is slashed by a quarter. The monster leaps across the room with terrifying speed, its new wings giving it a massive agility boost. It slams into a pillar with a crash, its long tongue whipping out to try and snare Noah once again. Chunks of stone fall from the ceiling as the monster rampages, its power level seemingly increasing as it gets more desperate. Noah's aura finally clears, and he triggers Blink with a desperate zing, teleporting just before a limb crushes him. He lands with a thud, his mind racing as he realizes they are being slowly ground down by attrition. Aurelia is grabbed by the monster's massive jaw, her screams echoing through the chamber as she fights to stay alive. She's slammed into the wall with a sickening thwack, her fire flickering out as she loses consciousness. The monster turns its attention back to Noah, its many eyes glowing with a murderous, vengeful light. Noah blinks again, and this time the skill levels up, but he's running dangerously low on Mana Stone energy. He lands a thwack on the monster's back with his daggers, but the blades barely sink into the tough, grafted hide. He realizes he has only one option left. He has to use the forbidden Mana Stones he took from the chief. He sees Aurelia slumped against the wall and whispers a curse, knowing he can't let her die here. He shouts, "Oh no, you don't!" as he dodges another strike, his footsteps thumping as he runs for his life. He pulls out the E-grade Mana Stone, the one that could literally make him explode, and prepares to swallow it. He lands a strike, inflicting a bleed status, but the monster's regeneration is so high, it barely notices the health drain. He blinks away from a wing swipe, his mana pool hitting a critical 9%. He's one move away from being totally powerless, and the warning on his screen is flashing a deep red. He catches the monster's gaze with his blue eye ring, seeing the flows of mana in the room beginning to swirl around him. He crunches down on the F-grade stone first, getting a quick 100% mana refill, but he's hit with minor mana poisoning. He goes into a frenzy, his daggers becoming a blue blur as he slashes and shacks at the monster's limbs. He leaps onto the monster's back, trying to find a weak point, but his arms are starting to tremble from the overdose. He realizes he's used too much magic too fast, his body beginning to fail as the poison takes hold. He tries to use Blood Drain, but a notification pops up. The monster is too strong and has resisted the ability. The horror lets out a thump, its massive mouth opening wide to swallow Noah whole. Noah screams, "What the fuck?" as he barely blinks out of the way of the snapping jaws. He reappears above the beast, his eyes wild as he realizes he needs a much bigger power boost to finish this. He grips his daggers tight, his knuckles white as he prepares to make the ultimate gamble. He lands 2 more bleed stacks, but his mana is back down to 4%. It's now or never. He jumps onto the monster's head, dodging a dozen flailing arms as he reaches into his system inventory one last time. He crunches the E-grade stone, the high-level one, and his stats literally explode. His attributes jump by 25 points each, and his mana hits 200%, but he's slapped with mana poisoning the third. Wreathed in dark purple flames, Noah charges his obliterate skill, the air around him beginning to crackle with void energy. He lets out a primal roar as the energy builds up, his eyes glowing with an intense, holy light. He drives his fist into the monster's center mass, shouting, "Obliterate!" as a wave of annihilation rips through the beast. The monster is torn apart from the inside, but Noah doesn't stop. He leaps back into the air for the final sequence. He crosses his daggers, his new stats making him move like a literal god of death. He blurs through the air, delivering a series of slash-shack slashes that systematically deconstruct the monster limb by limb. Both Obliterate and Blink hit level 3 as he finishes the combo, landing softly as the monster's remains dissolve into blue mist. He stands over the dying beast, his voice cold as he tells it that this is finally the end. He delivers a final, crushing shock of mana, shouting "once and for all" as the monster's core is shattered. The temporary buff ends, and the feedback hits Noah like a freight train. He's paralyzed, hit with a migraine, and his mana is 0. The monster lets out one last schwack with its tongue, a final act of spite that wraps around Noah's waist. It pulls him in, dragging his paralyzed body toward its open gullet as it lets out a dying shriek. Aurelia wakes up and sees Noah being dragged to his doom, but she's too far away to help. Noah is literally inside the monster's mouth, the gulp of the beast's throat closing around him. The monster shudders, its flesh rippling as it tries to digest the very thing that killed it. But Noah isn't dead yet. He stabs his dagger from the inside, triggering a point-blank blood drain that restores 34% of his health. The monster hits the floor with a massive thud, its many eyes finally closing as its health bar hits 0. Noah punches his way out of the beast's stomach, stretching his muscles as the paralysis finally begins to fade. He stands in the middle of the gory remains, his reflection in the pool of blood showing a man who is becoming something far beyond human. He steps over the rubble toward Aurelia, his boots clicking on the stone as the dungeon finally falls silent. The system dings with a mountain of rewards. He's defeated a level 104 horror. His paths have hit level 11, and he's earned 30 free attribute points. The A Familiar's Vengeance quest is complete, awarding him a legendary tome as the system begins to unlock even more of his hidden potential. Noah's finally done it. He took down a monster way out of his league, but now his own body is paying the price as the system confirms he's absorbed the flesh-grafted horror. The interface glimmers with a loading bar, signaling that a major new power is about to unlock. But reality hits hard as Noah collapses into a pool of his own blood, the toll of the battle finally breaking him. He tries to push himself up, hands trembling against the cold stone floor as the red warnings of the system flash before his eyes. Noah forces himself into a meditative state, trying to stabilize his mana, which triggers a massive 100% boost to his regeneration. Suddenly, a sharp, agonizing jolt rips through his chest, making him gasp for air as his energy spirals out of control. He slumps back down, coughing up blood and wondering what the hell is happening to his body. The system peppers him with debuffs, migraine, mana poisoning, and exhaustion, leaving his health sitting at a dangerous 61%. Aurelia walks over, looking relieved to see him still breathing, but Noah can barely manage a joke about wishing he wasn't awake. She looks down, frustrated with herself for being taken out so easily earlier, but she's focused on helping him now. She realizes he's suffering from mana poisoning and tells him it's time to get that sorted out immediately. Aurelia explains that while it looks nasty, there's actually a pretty simple fix for mana poisoning if you know what you're doing. She tells him to close his eyes and just let go, releasing every bit of mana until his internal well is completely empty. Noah takes a deep breath, looking focused, as Aurelia watches him with a small, encouraging smile. A dark purple aura begins to swirl around him as he starts the painful process of draining his own life force. His heart pounds against his ribs, and the system screams a warning that his mana levels are hitting rock bottom. He slams his hands onto the ground, panting heavily as the last of the toxic energy is expelled from his system. It worked. The mana poisoning is gone, but the physical strain leaves him looking absolutely wrecked. With a heavy thud, his body finally gives out, and he falls face first into the blood-stained tiles. Aurelia tells him to just rest. It's going to take a day or two for his body to naturally start producing mana again. Noah looks up with glazed eyes, asking if she has any water or a healing potion to help stop the world from spinning. She hands him a flask, and he gulps it down like his life depends on it, while checking his inventory on the holographic screen. He realizes he's going to need every advantage he can get for his future adventures, so he pulls out a glowing, legendary book. It's the Tome of Lifeblood, a legendary item that promises to unlock a powerful new ability. As he opens the tome, a burst of golden light illuminates the dark chamber, reflecting in his wide, stunned eyes. He successfully unlocks the Lifeblood ability, which massively boosts his health regeneration and grants him immunity to low-grade poisons. Aurelia crosses her arms and scoffs, jokingly telling him it's totally unfair that he keeps getting these broken abilities. Noah just shrugs it off, pointing out that from his perspective, a world with magic is already unfair to begin with. He isn't done yet. He notices another locked slot in his system and decides to see if he can push his luck one more time. He swipes his hand across the interface, pulling out a small, mysterious yellow book from his digital storage. It's a shard of infinite potential, an item that can unlock the seal on his soul and grant him a new aspect. He squints at the screen, noticing some of the words in the description are missing, which Aurelia says happens if a skill is too weak to read it. Despite the warnings, Noah doesn't hesitate. He presses the yes button, ready to see what this hidden power is. Suddenly, the room is flooded with notifications as Noah's body begins to undergo a terrifying genetic modification. He falls to his knees as the blue screens surround him like a cage, while Aurelia calls out to him in a panic. The system is buzzing with errors and ding sounds, showing that something deep within Noah's soul is being rewritten. A new quest pops up, Shards of? Tasking him with finding the remaining pieces of this power scattered across the world. The transformation is incomplete, but the system applies a purify effect on him through his new title, the Devourer. A massive swirl of dark energy erupts from his mouth, shocking Aurelia as the purify skill takes hold. Noah gags and coughs up a thick black liquid, looking like he's literally vomiting the toxins out of his soul. He collapses into the puddle of black sludge, his head spinning as the purification process finishes its work. The system confirms he's been purified, his migraine is gone, and all of his core attributes have been permanently increased by 5 points. He lands hard on the floor, looking completely drained but finally free of the corruption that was eating him alive. Aurelia stares at the mess, wondering what kind of toxic environment Noah's homeworld was to produce so much sludge. The scene shifts to a shower, the sound of rushing water filling the quiet room as Noah finally gets a chance to clean up. Noah thinks about how fast his life changed, from a bad day at work to absorbing blood in another world, all while the system tells him he's cleaner than ever. He steps out of the shower, steam rising off his skin, looking much more like the hero he's supposed to be. Sitting on his bed, he checks his new stats. Power 32, Agility 23, Constitution 26, and Mystic 36, with 30 points still left to spend. He reads the description of the Devourer, a growth ability that makes him stronger the tougher his enemies are. The screen explains that growth attributes can get stronger through his own actions, which is exactly the kind of scaling he needs. He invests his points, and a surge of power flows through him, bumping his power up to 47 and his Mystic to 42. Aurelia creaks the door open, checking in to see if the MC is finally back among the living. Noah awkwardly tells her he just finished his shower, and without thinking, asks if she wants to take one too. Aurelia looks at him like he's crazy, bluntly telling him that she already took a shower while he was unconscious. She gives him a bright, slightly mischievous smile, explaining she did it while she was busy moving him around. Noah rubs his chin, realizing he must have been out for a few hours while she was doing all the heavy lifting. He stands up, asking her if she's as sick of this dark, creepy temple as he is, ready to finally see the sun again. Aurelia doesn't need to be asked twice. She leaps toward the exit, telling him there's somewhere else they need to be. As the title card for Rise of the Devourer hits, Noah thinks about his new outfit, while Aurelia gives him a thumbs up. Noah still can't believe Aurelia showered while he was out, but she's already moving on to the next task. He gives her a skeptical look, not entirely convinced, but he doesn't want to push his luck. Aurelia laughs it off, showing off how her fire abilities can basically steam clean her clothes and skin in an instant. She talks about how great fire magic is, especially in winter, while Noah reminisces about childhood snow fights back on Earth. Noah starts describing ice cream to her, calling it a sugary masterpiece made of milk, but Aurelia just looks confused. He tells her it's humanity's best invention right after pizza, while Aurelia wonders if his translation spell is just glitching out. They burst out of the temple and begin dashing through the thick forest, their boots crunching on the leaves and dirt. Noah looks up, relieved to finally see the sky again, but then he freezes in absolute shock. He points upward, yelling about the fact that there are two suns in the sky, while Aurelia thinks he's being weird. She asks him how his world even functions, explaining that here, it's simply day when the suns are up and night when they aren't. A diagram shows the complex orbit of the two suns, explaining that the first dawn happens when the first one rises, but the day doesn't truly start until both are out. Noah stares at the sky in silence, realizing just how far away from Earth he really is. Suddenly, a flash of light signals a quest completion, and Noah finds a small protective charm on the ground. He looks at the trinket, remembering he found it back in the prison cells, and wonders what its story is. The system gives him a new quest, Lost Remembrance, telling him to return the necklace to someone in Layfar Village. Noah tells Aurelia that the system is literally pointing them toward Layfar Village next. Aurelia agrees but says they need to set up camp first since the suns will be setting soon. Noah gives her a mock bow, calling her senpai, and says he's looking forward to her teaching him the ropes of adventuring. Aurelia narrows her eyes, suspicious that he's making fun of her, while the forest birds chirp in the background. Noah just gives a classic "I wouldn't dare" response, keeping the mood light as they head into the trees. The next morning, Noah wakes up and sees two massive armored creatures standing in the clearing. Aurelia is already mounted up on one, explaining these are armadillos, the best way to travel through a dense forest. Noah looks at the giant beast's claws and asks if she's 100% sure it's not going to try to eat them for breakfast. She gives him a confident nope as she settles into the makeshift saddle. She explains that armadillos are just big tame herbivores that will help you out as long as you keep them fed with grass and hay. Noah nods, slowly approaching the creature and trying to look like he knows what he's doing. The two of them start their journey, the massive beasts leaving heavy footprints in the forest floor. Noah's armadillo stops to munch on some grass, and he waits patiently for the giant to finish its snack. He tries to climb up the creature's side, but the armadillo shakes itself, sending Noah flying back down to the dirt. The beast lets out a loud KKK sound, almost as if it's laughing at his clumsy attempt. Aurelia is already far ahead, laughing her head off as Noah desperately tries to catch up. Tired of the struggle, Noah uses Blink, appearing instantly on top of the beast with a smug ta-da pose. The armadillo isn't a fan of the sudden passenger and starts shaking violently, nearly tossing him off again. Noah grips onto the scales for dear life, yelling at the beast to just follow Aurelia's mount. Aurelia looks back and asks if he's ready, but Noah barely has time to say wait before she takes off. She yells, "Let's go," and her mount charges forward into the thick of the forest. They blur through the trees at high speed, with Noah screaming for her to slow down before he loses his lunch. The armadillo leaps onto a massive branch, and Noah wheezes, realizing he's about to fall from a very dangerous height. Aurelia feels a jolt and looks back just in time to see Noah plummeting toward the forest floor. He uses Blink just in time, catching himself on a lower branch and panting as his heart tries to escape his chest. The branch lets out an ominous crack, and Noah has just enough time to shout "shit" before it snaps. He lands upside down in a tree fork, looking totally ridiculous while Aurelia's laughter echoes through the woods. The armadillo walks over and gives him a big slimy lick across the face, making Noah groan in disgust. Aurelia is having the time of her life, her bright smile lighting up the forest as she watches the MC struggle. Noah gives her a sharp look, telling her he's glad his near-death experience is so entertaining for her. They get back on the trail, and Aurelia asks if he's finally having some fun now that he's got the hang of it. Noah actually smiles, admitting it's the most fun he's ever had, and that it feels like riding a dragon. Aurelia looks shocked, asking if his world had actual dragons, even though he said there was no magic. Noah explains that they have dragons in stories and movies, but unfortunately, none of them were ever real. He tells her about dinosaurs, giant creatures that ruled the earth millions of years ago. A visual shows a meteor falling from the sky, as Noah explains that they all died out long before humans ever showed up. Aurelia notes that maybe it's a good thing, because in this world, elder dragons can wipe out entire cities in a single breath. She mentions a conspiracy theory that dragons are just a myth made up to cover up attacks by elite groups of Awakened. Noah asks her what she thinks, and she says she's seen creatures so huge that even the strongest adventurer would look like an ant. She looks toward the mountains, saying she doesn't see why dragons couldn't exist if other monsters do. Noah pauses, realizing he's seen something like a dragon before, but he can't quite remember when or where. Aurelia interrupts his thoughts, telling him the forest patch is ending, and they'll have to finish the trek to Layfar Village on foot. She gives him a warm smile and offers to tell him more about this world while they cover the last 4 hours of the journey. The sun is shining bright as the duo finally reaches the outskirts of the village, their armadillos clacking along the stone road. A crowd of villagers gathers to welcome them, cheering and waving as the two adventurers ride into town. A little girl waves enthusiastically, and Noah asks Aurelia if she always gets this kind of hero's welcome everywhere she goes. Aurelia admits it only happens in small, isolated villages like this one, where visitors are a big deal. Noah looks around at the peaceful town, thinking to himself that he's actually going to enjoy staying here for a bit. The villagers chatter excitedly as they pass, clearly impressed by the powerful-looking duo. They dismount and head toward a local building, the sound of their footsteps echoing on the clean pavement. Noah gives his armadillo a friendly pat on the snout, thanking the beast for the long, bumpy ride. Aurelia hands a bag of mana cores to a local worker, telling him to crush them and mix them into the armadillo's hay as a special treat. The worker's eyes widen as he sees the glowing blue core, realizing just how much these adventurers are willing to pay for good service. Noah asks why she gave him 3 cores, and she explains that a little extra tip goes a long way in making their lives easier. Aurelia warns Noah that he needs to keep his background vague, because outerworlders like him aren't common knowledge in these parts. She points to some kids playing soccer, saying that, to these people, someone from another dimension is basically a myth. She jokes that he'd have an easier time convincing them he was a talking plant than an office worker from Earth. They enter a cozy-looking inn, where the chime of a bell announces their arrival to the man behind the counter. The innkeeper, Lorian, welcomes them with a professional smile and asks how long they plan on staying in Leyfar. Aurelia drops 2 mana crystals on the counter, requesting a room with 2 beds for the night. She tells Noah she has some business to take care of and asks if he wants to head up to the room and rest. Noah decides to hang out downstairs and explore, wanting to experience a town where people aren't actively trying to murder him. He almost lets something slip about his world, but Aurelia gives him a stern look and tells him to stop saying nonsense before she leaves. Lorian laughs, telling Noah he's got a feisty partner, and Noah admits that's one of the things he likes about her. Lorian offers him some ale, noting that anyone coming from the Lost Woods is either an idiot or a brave adventurer. Either way, the innkeeper says there's no way Noah doesn't need a strong drink after that journey. Noah agrees, thinking that some alcohol might be just what he needs to relax his nerves. Lorian asks for his name and notes that he looks pretty fresh-faced for an adventurer. Noah takes a big gulp of ale and confesses that he actually just awakened his powers yesterday. The innkeeper nearly spits out his drink, warning Noah that an E-ranker shouldn't be wandering this deep into the woods, even for a girl. Noah laughs it off, explaining that he only survived because he got lucky, and that Aurelia is just helping him learn the ropes. Lorian reaches out for a handshake, introducing himself and welcoming Noah to the village. Noah uses his identify skill and sees that Lorian was once a high-level, stone-carved warrior. Lorian explains that he lost his magic in a dungeon accident and decided to retire while he still had all his limbs. He tells a story about a dungeon quest up north that went horribly wrong when something jumped out of the shadows. A flashback shows a translucent, pearly monster crashing through their group before they could even react. Lorian lost 2 teammates instantly, and he lost his mana, leaving him unable to ever fight again. Noah tries to get drunk, but his lifeblood ability instantly cleanses the alcohol from his system, leaving him stone-cold sober. He realizes he can actually toggle his abilities on and off, so he decides to deactivate lifeblood so he can finally feel the buzz. With a cheer, he calls for another mug, ready to celebrate his newfound sobriety control. A few minutes later, he's red-faced and laughing, declaring that being able to turn off his poison resistance is the best ability ever. A short while passes, and Noah's sitting there with a dazed expression, completely wasted. The system hits him with intoxication too, and he quickly flips lifeblood back on to clear his head. Now sober, he asks Lorian what's actually going on in the village with the disappearing people he mentioned earlier. Lorian explains that people started vanishing in the woods 6 months ago, and even adventurers couldn't find a trace of them. Then, the local mines collapsed, and all the search parties found absolutely nothing inside. The village was forced to seal the mines, but a new team of adventurers was called in 2 days ago to investigate. The village is in a crisis. Without the mine income, they won't be able to buy enough food to survive the upcoming winter. Lorian lowers his voice, mentioning that people have been hearing howling and crying coming from the sealed entrance. The town is terrified that an undead infestation is brewing right beneath their feet. Noah steps outside to stretch, watching a group of concerned villagers heading toward the town hall. He hears a commotion in the street and decides to follow the crowd to see what the mayor has to say. Villagers are whispering that the mayor is officially sealing the mines for good, which means the village is doomed. One of the miners shouts about how they'll never get through the winter without the work. The crowd pushes into the town hall, a large building where the village leaders are arguing. Noah peeks through the door, seeing a heated debate happening in the center of the room. He sees the mayor and a burly miner named Jerome shouting at each other across the floor. Jerome yells that he won't let the town starve to death, while the mayor argues that they can't risk losing any more lives to the haunting. The mayor tries to calm everyone down, claiming he's only acting in the best interest of their survival. Noah spots Aurelia in the crowd and asks what she's doing there, only for her to ask him the same thing. She tells him she's trying to talk to the mayor to get info on her old teammates, but the guy is too busy dealing with this riot. Noah asks if they should help out, but Aurelia says they need to stay focused on finding a way to travel from here. Noah tells her she needs to be more assertive and says, "Watch and learn," as he pushes through the crowd. He walks right into the center of the argument, telling the gentleman that shouting isn't going to save anyone. He puts a hand on both of their shoulders, asking why they don't just work together on a solution instead of fighting. The mayor and the miner both stare at him in shock, asking who the hell this stranger is, as Noah gives them his best confident hero smile. Noah doesn't care about the whispers. He steps right between the mayor and the miner, announcing his name and his intent to solve their little monster problem. He gives a mock bow, acting every bit the confident adventurer, claiming he's the solution to the village's nightmare. Noah breaks it down. The village needs someone crazy enough to go into the mines and strong enough to come back out alive. He snaps his fingers, letting them know he's that guy. Jerome the miner isn't buying it, wondering why the hell they should send a rookie adventurer like Noah in there just to get slaughtered. But Noah's got an ace up his sleeve. He gestures to Aurelia, letting everyone know he isn't going in there alone. Aurelia looks like she wants to punch him for volunteering her, but she stays silent, her orange eyes glowing with annoyance. She steps up, revealing she's a high ranker who was already hired by someone in the village, and she thinks the mine problem is connected to her own quest. The mayor recognizes her, asking about the team she came with, and she admits she's looking for them, but she's willing to clear the mines for a price. Noah throws in a sharp smirk, making it clear that their heroism comes with a fair bit of compensation. The mayor is desperate and agrees instantly, asking for their price, and Noah immediately asks if they have any magic tomes lying around. The mayor says they have some, but they're basic. He suggests heading to Windrest City if they want the real high-level stuff. He explains that Windrest is the nearest big city with a guild hall and plenty of gear for people like them. Aurelia sets the final price, a D-grade mana stone and 2 horses for their trip to Windrest once the job is done. Jerome decides he's going with them, claiming his 40 years in those tunnels make him the best guide they could ask for. Noah shakes hands with the mayor, sealing the deal with a grin as the room fills with a glimmer of hope. The system pings with a new quest, Trouble in the Mines, warning that a sinister legacy might be lurking in the dark. Aurelia taps Noah on the shoulder, telling him it's her turn to handle something before they head out. As they walk away, Jerome asks Noah where he's really from, noting that he looks way too old to have just awakened yesterday. Noah explains he comes from a place without magic, which makes Jerome think he was born in a dead zone, a manaless wasteland that drains the life out of anything living. Noah thinks about the skyscrapers and concrete of Earth, admitting it was more stones than trees, but definitely not a dead zone. Jerome shrugs it off, telling Noah that if he pulls this off, the whole village is going to owe him big time. Noah just smiles and reaches out, ready to finish their business for the day. The 2 men share a firm handshake, agreeing to meet at the mine entrance at first light. Aurelia mentions they'll finally be able to register Noah at the guild in Windrest after they track down her old team. Noah nods, wanting to get this job done quickly so they can move on to bigger things. As the sun sets, casting a golden glow over the path, Noah looks at the necklace in his hand. It's time to deliver some bad news. They arrive at a small, humble house, and Noah takes a deep breath before knocking on the wooden door. The door flies open, and the widow shouts her son's name, "Pierce!" her face filled with a desperate hope that's about to be crushed. Noah stands there awkwardly, holding out the golden necklace and telling her that he believes this belongs to her. The woman stares at the jewelry, her eyes widening as she realizes it's the exact one her son was wearing when he vanished. Her hands tremble as she grips the necklace, tears streaming down her face as she asks the question she's terrified to hear the answer to. Noah and Aurelia can only look away in silence, the weight of the mother's grief hitting them harder than any monster. The daughter appears at the door, looking confused and worried as she asks Noah to help her mother inside. They sit in the dim living room, the mother sobbing into her hands while the daughter tries to stay strong for her. The daughter thanks them for returning the necklace, saying they can finally move on, but admits they have no money to pay them. Aurelia looks down, her voice soft as she apologizes for not being able to do more for their family. Noah puts a comforting hand on Aurelia's shoulder, sensing the guilt she's carrying for not finding the boy alive. As they turn to leave, the mother suddenly calls out, begging them to wait. She stands up, clutching her chest, and pleads with them to tell her anything they know about what happened. The daughter starts crying too, just wanting to know how her brother died so they can have some closure. Aurelia sighs and tells them the brutal truth: their son and many others were taken by abyssal cultists for blood sacrifices. She points to Noah, saying they both nearly died too, and that the necklace was the only thing left in the cult's dungeon. The mother looks up with a haunting expression, asking if they managed to kill the monsters who did this. Noah's expression turns cold and deadly as he confirms that they killed every single one of them. The mother talks about how Pierce was always reckless, heading to the mines to hunt small monsters despite her warnings. She explains that his father was an adventurer who couldn't leave that life behind, and eventually it claimed him too. A picture on the wall shows a smiling man, the spitting image of the son they just lost. She knew she couldn't change Pierce's heart, even if she forced him to stay. The hunger for adventure was just part of who he was. She looks at Noah and Aurelia, asking if they feel that same pull, that same reason for risking their lives every day. Noah thinks about his time in the void and his struggle to survive, realizing that the idea of being an adventurer is actually starting to appeal to him. He looks at his hands, admitting that the magical power is addictive, and he truly wants to explore everything this world has to offer. The daughter looks confused when he mentions this world, sensing that there's something different about Noah. Aurelia quickly shoves him aside, covering for his slip-up by saying he's just from a very far-off place. The mother stands up and makes a final request, asking Noah to take the necklace with him on his future adventures. Noah takes the golden charm, promising her that he will treasure it and carry the boy's legacy forward. The women thank them one last time, their faces showing a mix of heartbreak and a strange kind of peace. The system pings as the quest Lost Remembrance is officially completed, awarding Noah some much-needed experience. As the suns dip below the horizon, Aurelia tells Noah it's time to sleep. They have a long day in the mines tomorrow. Noah's stomach rumbles, and he jokes about needing a good meal before he has to go back to slaying monsters. The two of them walk through the quiet village streets, the peace of the evening hiding the nightmare they're about to walk into. The next morning, the trio stands before a massive cliffside, as Jerome explains that this place used to be a dungeon before the core was killed. Noah is surprised to hear that dungeons can actually die, and Jerome explains that many kingdoms were built solely because they owned a tamed dungeon. Aurelia wonders if it was an undead dungeon, but Jerome says it was just a typical earth type that someone cleared out years ago. They reach a massive pile of rocks blocking the entrance, and Noah wonders if he should just use his obliterate skill to blast through. But Jerome and Aurelia show him how it's done, swinging their tools with a thuk and shattering the boulders in seconds. Noah is impressed, asking if that was an ability, and Jerome just laughs, calling it a mix of experience and a little bit of magic. Inside, the walls are glowing with mana stones that have started to regenerate since the mining stopped. Aurelia warns Noah to keep his focus up, as former dungeons are notorious for having monsters lurking in the shadows. Noah draws his daggers with a sharp shink, his eyes darting around the dark tunnels as he prepares for the worst. Jerome notes how eerily quiet it is, saying that even the small critters have gone missing since the weird noises started. They reach a set of heavy metal doors leading to the main section of the mines, and Jerome slowly pushes them open. As they step inside, their boots crunch on something wet, and a trail of blood leads deeper into the darkness. They find the bodies of the previous search team scattered across the tracks, their lives ended in a brutal, bloody mess. Suddenly, a bone-chilling scream echoes through the tunnels, and Noah and Jerome spin around in a panic. Aurelia shouts for them to stop and dashes forward toward a flickering light at the end of the hall. Noah uses Blink, appearing ahead of the group as they enter a large chamber filled with the stench of death. They find another body on the ground, but this one is still moving, twitching in a pool of dark, thick blood. Noah rushes over, trying to comfort the person and asking what the hell could have done this to them. The person looks up, their eyes glowing with a terrifying purple light, and gasps out a single word, "Run!" Suddenly, purple tentacles erupt from the person's back, and the system identifies it as a void-grafted human. Aurelia screams for Noah to get away as a massive burst of dark energy fills the room. The person is lifted into the air, their body twisting and snapping as they transform into a monstrous creature right before their eyes. Noah grips his daggers, his muscles tightening as he realizes this thing is a nightmare born from Victrol's research. Aurelia ignites her fists with a fwash and tells Jerome to back off. This isn't a fight for a normal miner. The mutant lets out a horrifying shriek, its limbs stretching out like shadows as it prepares to strike. Noah leaps into action, using Blink to close the distance with a high-pitched sk sound. But the monster is fast. It teleports behind him with a zrak, and Noah realizes he's dealing with a creature that can move just like he can. A massive explosion of fire rocks the chamber as Aurelia tries to pin the beast down. She stands her ground, her flames illuminating her determined face as she prepares another volley. The monster vanishes into a cloud of smoke, and Noah looks around frantically, wondering where the hell it went. He looks up and sees the beast clinging to the ceiling, blood dripping from its fangs onto the floor. The creature dashes down with ridiculous speed, its claws extended and aimed straight for Noah's throat. Noah barely manages to blink away, the air where he just stood being shredded by the monster's force. He stabilizes himself, his daggers humming with electrical energy as he prepares for a counterattack. The two of them exchange a flurry of blows, the sound of metal clashing against bone filling the cave with a rhythmic clang. Aurelia sees an opening and blasts the creature with a fume of fire, forcing it to flee back into the shadows. She turns her attention to a massive stone pillar, her eyes glowing as she prepares to use it as a weapon. The ground rumbles with a heavy grrk as she literally rips the rock out of the earth with her bare hands. She lifts the boulder over her head, her muscles bulging from the strain of the high-level fire magic. With a massive whoosh, she hurls the rock at the beast, the sheer force of it shattering the ground on impact. A huge column of fire erupts, and Noah watches as the monster is caught right in the center of the blast. The beast is thrown back, its body scorched and smoking, as it tries to recover from the massive damage. Noah sees his chance and dashes forward, his silhouette blurring against the blue light of the cave. He stabs his daggers deep into the monster's chest, triggering his blood drain and bleed skills at the same time. The creature lets out a deafening shriek, but then it lashes out with a tentacle, slamming Noah against the wall. Noah groans as the system tells him he's been infected with necrosis poison, and his health starts dropping rapidly. The monster teleports again, the flash of light blinding Noah for a split second as it prepares a killing blow. Aurelia waves her hands, desperately trying to distract the beast as Noah's blood splatters across the ground. Noah checks his HUD. He's down to 7% HP. He quickly gulps down a potion, gaining a temporary boost to his poison resistance. Aurelia's eyes burn with rage as she charges up a final massive fireball in her palm. She lets it loose with a foosh, the entire tunnel being filled with a wave of searing heat. The smoke clears, and for a second it looks like it's over, but Noah senses that something is very, very wrong. The system pings with a warning. The mutant is mutating further, its power levels skyrocketing as it undergoes a final transformation. As the chapter ends, Noah can only stare in horror at the nightmare before him, wondering what the hell they've just unleashed. The mutant is lying on the ground, but its tentacles are growing longer and darker, glowing with a sinister purple energy. Noah doesn't wait for it to finish. He ignites his daggers with a burst of energy and prepares to end this right now. He dashes forward, his vision turning red as he puts every bit of his remaining mana into this final charge. Aurelia shouts for him to get back, sensing that the monster is baiting him into a trap. A massive tentacle slashes through the air, and Noah barely dodges it, the wind from the strike nearly knocking him off balance. He slides across the ground, his purple eyes glowing with a cold intensity as he looks for a weak spot. Suddenly, a tentacle strikes him across the face with a sickening thwack, sending blood flying everywhere. The monster stands over him, its multiple eyes zinging with malice as it prepares to finish him off. A massive explosion of dark energy erupts, and for a second the entire cave goes black with a kaboom! Noah is thrown through the air, and the system pings with a horrific notification. Critical hit! You've lost a limb! His health drops to a critical 21%, and his lifeblood ability kicks into overdrive, boosting his regeneration to 500% just to keep him alive. He lands hard on the ground, the world spinning as he looks up at the towering monster. Noah looks down in shock at the bloody stump where his arm used to be, his teeth gritted in absolute agony. He realizes that without his arm, his lifeblood can't stop the poison from spreading through his entire body. He grabs his severed arm, shoving it into his digital inventory and hoping to God he can find a way to reattach it later. Despite the pain, his body is adapting. The system pings that his poison resistance has reached level 2. Aurelia isn't done. She leaps into the air, her hand glowing with a massive sun-like sphere of fire. She crashes down with a whoosh, the heat so intense it turns the surrounding rock into molten slag. Noah uses the distraction to dash forward again, his speed doubled by a surge of pure adrenaline. He slams into the monster with a whack, his one remaining hand gripping his dagger with a death grip. He triggers Obliterate, the dark energy tearing through the mutant's chest with a violent shick. The monster bites down on his shoulder, but Noah just tears himself away, his stats leveling up even in the middle of this bloodbath. Aurelia shouts for him to step back, and a massive pillar of fire erupts, engulfing both Noah and the mutant. Noah squints through the flames, his face scorched, but his eyes still focused on his prey. The smoke clears, and the monster is gone. It's vanished into the shadows of the cave. Noah has a realization. He yells for Aurelia to flood the room with fire, because the thing can only teleport through shadows. Aurelia doesn't hesitate. She swirls her hands together and lets out a burst of flame that lights up every corner of the chamber. The heat is rattling the very walls of the mine as she creates a literal sun in the center of the room. The monster is forced out of hiding, looking burned and terrified as it tries to flee from the light. Noah is right there, slamming his dagger into the creature with a shilk that echoes through the entire tunnel. The creature tries to blink away one last time, but it's too weak to sustain the teleportation. It lets out a final "Ah!" and grabs Jerome, holding him hostage as a last-ditch effort to survive. Noah tells Aurelia to wait. He knows she's strong, but they can't gamble with Jerome's life. Noah has another idea. He pulls up his interface, asking the monster if it recognizes the item he's about to show it. He pulls out the Letter of the Void God, a holy relic of the cult that radiates a terrifying ancient power. The monster hisses in fear as it realizes Noah is a Voidborn, someone tied directly to the gods they worship. Noah's voice turns deep and demonic as he commands the creature to let Jerome go. Now! The beast is paralyzed by fear and tosses Jerome aside, cowering before the power of the Voidborn. Noah doesn't show any mercy. He closes in with a sharp clink of his blade. He swings his dagger with a massive whoosh, the blue energy cutting through the air like a razor. He stabs the beast right through the skull, the blink of the system confirming a lethal strike. Noah steps back, his body nearly collapsing as Aurelia dashes over to check on him. She tells him to eat this and unleashes a final blast of fire, making sure the mutant is nothing but ash. A massive beam of light bombs through the mine, incinerating every last bit of the abyssal corruption. The explosion rocks the entire mountain, a final ohm of energy clearing the air of the necrosis poison. Noah stands in the middle of the fire, looking like a battle-hardened god despite the missing arm and the blood. He walks over to the dying mutant, which gasps out a final, pathetic plea. Please, kill me. Noah stares down with cold, hollow eyes, his dagger raised and ready to end the boy's suffering. With a shkilk, he uses blood drain, not to heal himself, but to remove the last of the necrosis from the boy's soul. The boy's eyes clear for a second, and he whispers a soft thank you as the life finally leaves his body. The system explodes with notifications. Noah has defeated the mutant and several other miners, and his stats have reached a whole new level. He realizes that Pierce was still alive in there, trapped in his own body by that monster, and it makes his blood boil. The system asks if he wants to consume the abyssal grafted human, and Noah presses yes without a second thought. A massive whoosh of energy surrounds him as he absorbs the creature's remaining power. The Devourer pings, telling him that he's absorbed the mutant's memories along with its strength. Noah falls to his knees with a gah, his head being flooded with the horrific memories of what the cult did to these people. He sees all the suffering and the pain they endured in Victral's basement, and it's more than a human mind can handle. He sees the absolute inhumanity of the abyssal cult and the face of Victral Nefar, the man responsible for all of this. Noah stands up, his eyes burning with a dark, vengeful fury as he whispers the name of the cult. He makes a vow right there in the dark mine he is coming for them, and he will kill every single one of them. His face is a mask of pure, unadulterated rage as he swears to wipe the abyssal cult off the map. The system pings with an impossible difficulty quest, Abyss Hunter, destroy every single member of the cult. Aurelia puts a hand on his back, telling him they should get going and find him a healer for his arm. The two of them walk slowly out of the dark mine, their shadows long against the stone, as a new, much deadlier journey begins. The soft hum of music fills a space that shouldn't exist, signaling that our guy Noah is back in his mental sanctuary. Noah blinks his eyes open, finding himself lying down in a room that looks way too modern for the world he's currently stuck in. He sits up on a plush gray sofa, rubbing his head as he stares at the glowing blue stump where his left arm used to be. "Good morning, Sleeping Beauty," a voice calls out. It's Dylan, looking as bored as ever while he munches on a bowl of chips. Noah demands to know why he's back in this mental apartment, and Dylan just smirks, knowing Noah knows exactly why his mind retreated here. Flashbacks of the brutal mine fight flood Noah's mind, the blood, the missing limb, and the horrific transformation of that village boy. Dylan points at a TV screen showing a soldier with a gun, commenting on how fascinatingly violent Noah's homeworld was despite having zero magic. Noah's annoyed, asking how Dylan even got access to these memories of Earth while he walks across the luxury carpet. Dylan explains that the astral script is hardwired into Noah's soul, so it can pull any info or imagery he's ever been connected to. The TV shows tanks rolling through a desert as Dylan admits he didn't actually expect Noah to survive this long in Arandir. He gives Noah a condescending look and a fake congratulations for surpassing his low expectations. Noah gets irritated as Dylan starts slow clapping, making a joke out of the life-or-death struggle our MC just went through. Fed up with the attitude, Noah grabs the remote, ready to shut down the show. The TV screen fizzes out into a single blue line as Noah cuts the connection to his memories. Noah accuses Dylan of trying to sabotage him, but Dylan leans back, claiming the pact won't let him, even if he does dream of Noah's death. Dylan laughs, saying it's way more fun to place bets on how badly Noah is going to mess everything up. Noah stands tall, his aura glowing blue as he tells Dylan it's time to talk about the impossible quest he just unlocked. Dylan stands up, his playful mood vanishing as they get into the heavy stuff. He gets right in Noah's face, telling him he can't just go and destroy the abyssal cult like it's some side quest. Noah gives him a cold, sharp smile, arguing that if the system gave him the quest, then it's definitely not violating the rules of their pact. Dylan crosses his arms, arguing that the cult is actually useful to the Void, and destroying them would just be a silly waste of resources. Noah doesn't give a damn about Dylan's usefulness, telling him the cult's existence is a problem for the Void, not for him. Dylan sighs, reaching for the remote and claiming that every human has a price they're willing to take to walk away. The TV shows a man begging for his life, as Dylan lists off money, loved ones, and dreams as things he could offer Noah to drop the quest. He tells Noah that suffering is just the nature of mortals, and that there will always be someone hurting someone else. Dylan stares him down, asking how many people one man can really save before he realizes he can't change the way the world works. Noah snaps, shouting that if the Void doesn't care about the cults, then why is Dylan so terrified of him trying to wipe them out? Dylan's eyes narrow behind his glasses as he explains that those humans were merely seeking power, and that's just how they work. Noah gets a dangerous look in his eyes, whispering, "Not all of them." Dylan points a finger at him, calling him a fool, and telling him his opinions don't count in the grand scheme of the universe. Noah counters that he's a fool with more importance than the entire cult, then demands to know why the abyssal cult is so vital to the Void. Dylan lets out a heavy sigh, realizing Noah isn't going to drop this without an explanation. He transports them to a gray, misty plane, explaining that this is the astral realm where all Void mana originates. He tells Noah that while Void creatures live here, there are other places where they cross over. A massive purple swirling portal appears. Dylan calls these pockets the Abyss, and they are the true source of the cultists' power. The Abyss leaks the Void into reality, slowly consuming the physical world like a cancer. This leak allows the nightmares from the astral realm to finally reach out and touch the physical world. A terrifying silhouette of a multi-eyed beast appears, representing the horrors that the cult is trying to invite into reality. Dylan holds out his hands, showing two glowing figures, explaining that the Void gives power and the cultists expand the Abyss in return. Noah is disgusted that they give power to monsters without caring about the chaos, but Dylan claims the nature of the Void is just to consume. There is no good or evil. In a sudden burst of rage, Noah smashes the TV screen, the glass shattering into a million digital pieces. Noah clenches his fist in front of Dylan's face, his body trembling with a murderous intent. He screams about the suffering he felt in those memories, the pain of the children and the victims the cult destroyed. Dylan just shrugs, pointing out that Noah already got his revenge on the man responsible, so he doesn't see why he still cares this much. Noah stares at an exit sign, declaring that nothing will stop him from destroying the abyssal cult, no matter how long it takes. He starts walking toward the door, realizing that since the cult is bound to the void, and the void is bound to him, he has the authority to change their path. He grips the doorknob, declaring that the Pact of the Voidborn gives him the power to rewrite their destiny. Noah realizes he can save those who are redeemable by offering them a better path instead of a life of slavery to the abyss. The system pings. New quest obtained. A new void. The difficulty is extremely hard, and the objective is to forge a new path for the lost. Dylan watches him go, calling it a terrible visit, but Noah just throws a cold "you too" over his shoulder. Dylan warns him that he's treading on dangerous ground and that the gods will be looking for blood if they notice what he's doing. Noah snaps back to reality, sitting up in a hospital bed in Layfar village, his left arm still ending in a stump. He looks around the quiet room, frustrated that he keeps passing out every time he has a major breakthrough. Aurelia walks in, looking relieved as she asks him how he's feeling. She tells him he's been out for 2 full days, and that the local healer thought it would take a week for him to even wake up. Aurelia flexes her muscles, telling him that regrowing an arm is possible with high-level restoration, but it's insanely expensive. She mentions he might be able to grow it back naturally once he ranks up his blood magic, or he could always look into magical prosthetics. Noah takes a sip of water, his mind already spinning with a different plan as he asks if there's a library in town. He tells her he wants to tweak some options to get his arm back faster, looking much more determined than a man who just lost a limb should be. Aurelia smiles, hoping his plan doesn't involve anything nefarious, and Noah just laughs, saying he can't promise his powers won't look evil. Aurelia stops him, her face turning serious as she admits she's been holding back on asking about his terrifying powers. She knows Outerworlders are strange, and since he saved her twice, she didn't want to pry into his secrets. Noah looks her in the eye, ready to give her at least some of the truth. She points out that he has 3 distinct monotypes in his aura, and since he has no control, they pop out for anyone with sensing abilities to see. She notes that while 3 paths are rare, the sheer power level of Noah's paths is way higher than anything she's ever seen. She mentions his prior combat experience and the suspicious fact that he appeared right in the middle of an abyssal cult temple. She was concerned at first, but she saw how Noah chose to fight by her side even when he had a chance to run away. The visual shows them fighting back to back, a fire and shadow duo that proved their loyalty in the heat of battle. Noah confesses that he practiced a ton of martial arts in high school, kickboxing, jiu-jitsu, taekwondo, because he just loved to fight. He explains that he kept quiet about his paths because he was in a strange world where people were literally trying to sacrifice him. Aurelia nods, understanding the fear, then holds out her hand to show him something she's never shown anyone else. She tells him she's going to trust him, but in return, he has to trust her. Otherwise, she might be forced to do something she'll regret. Her eyes glow with a fierce intensity as she explains she needed to know if he was a reliable partner for their upcoming travels. She shows him a plain gold ring on her finger, telling him to use his inspect skill on it. Noah tries to read it and sees nothing but question marks, which confuses the hell out of him. Aurelia tells him to try again, and suddenly the veil is dispelled, revealing the Ring of Second Chance, a legendary item made from a dragon's tear. This ring is her ultimate safety net, healing her and teleporting her to safety if her health hits 1%. She brings up the Letter of the Void God Noah used in the mines, noting that its mana was the purest she's ever seen. Noah admits he was being honest when they first met, and Aurelia laughs, confessing she actually bluffed about having a lie detection ability. She hands him a glowing orange mana stone and tells him to press it against his heart and let his mana flow through it. She stares him down, her voice cold, as she asks him one last time, "What should I make of you?" Noah doesn't flinch. He explains that his memories are broken, but he knows he woke up in the void upon his death on Earth. He swears that he has no intention of hurting her or any innocent people. He tells her he isn't some madman trying to end the world, he's just a lost man trying to survive in a place he doesn't understand. Aurelia tells him to repeat a formal oath of honesty after her. She swears on her astral soul that she hasn't said a single lie today. Noah repeats the words, and the system pings, "You have sworn an oath of honesty!" The mana stone in Noah's hand glows with an intense light, blinding him for a moment. Aurelia smiles as the stone remains perfectly whole, proving that Noah told her the absolute truth. She explains that if he had lied, the wavering of his aura would have shattered the stone into dust. The unbroken stone sits on the floor, a symbol of their new, genuine bond. Later that day, Noah is back in his room, pulling off his bandages and looking at his stump with a grimace. He pats the bed, getting ready to leave and put his research plan into action. He clicks the door shut and heads out, his mind focused on finding a way to fix his body. He walks through the village, villagers ignoring him as he makes a beeline for the town's library. He finds the old building and pushes the doors open, the smell of old paper and dust greeting him. Noah gets to work, diving into books about prosthetic arms and the history of this magic world. He sees a picture of a mechanical arm and thinks it's cool, but he's looking for something much more bioorganic. He finds a section on void parasites, tiny worm-like creatures that look absolutely disgusting. The book says they burrow into the host's spine and turn them into monsters, but in rare cases, they can create a symbiotic existence. Noah snaps the book shut, realizing this is his best shot at reattaching his severed arm using a parasite to control the dead limb. He dives deeper into the research, needing to know every detail before he gambles his humanity on a worm. He learns that these summons solely feed on the host's life force, and since Noah has insane health regen, this is a perfect match. The ritual binds the creature to obey the summoner, which is exactly why the cults used human sacrifices to keep them in check. Noah realizes he has everything he needs: a summoned tome, a ritual book, and enough life force to feed a literal monster. He walks out of the main library area, a heavy book tucked under his arm and a plan for the basement. He finds a secluded corner in the basement and starts sketching out a complex magical circle on the floor. The system asks if he wants to consume the skill book of Advanced Abyssal Call, and he hits yes with a beep. He gains the skill instantly, and because of his high proficiency, it starts at a massive level 25. He uses a mana crystal to scratch the last lines of the ritual into the stone floor, the energy crackling with every move. Aurelia finds him and looks horrified at what he's doing, but Noah just gives her a proud, confident grin. He gives her a nod, letting her know he's in total control of the situation. He opens his legendary tome and starts the ritual, a massive whoosh of purple energy erupting from the circle. The book shines with a blinding light as the barrier between reality and the void starts to thin. Noah stands in the center of the storm, the system confirming the abyssal summon call has been initiated. The scene shifts to the void, where something is moving in the endless darkness. Tiny, multi-eyed worms are swimming through the energy like predators in a dark ocean. One of them looks particularly hungry, its teeth bared as it searches for a way out. Suddenly, a bright light appears in the distance, calling out to the creatures of the deep. A massive, multi-eyed beast lets out a roar, sensing a feast on the other side of the veil. Noah's voice echoes through the void, offering his own life force as a blood sacrifice to any creature brave enough to take it. A dark silhouette reaches out from the light, signaling the start of the binding process. The worms scatter as the ritual begins to pull them toward the physical realm. The main worm lets out a shriek as it accepts Noah's blood oath, its eyes glowing with a frenzied hunger. A group of parasites dive into the portal like black meteors, racing to be the one to claim the host. The winner whooshes through the energy, its teeth ready to sink into Noah's flesh. The parasites circle the portal in the basement, a chaotic swirl of purple and black magic. One parasite screams that this sensation of a powerful host makes it feel so alive. It repeats the mantra, "Must eat," as it focuses all its energy on Noah's glowing stump. A massive, jagged blade of energy slashes through the void as the binding ritual hits its peak. The main worm dodges a blast of energy, showing off the speed and instincts Noah is about to inherit. It's ecstatic, sensing a level of power in Noah that it's never felt in a mortal before. The worm crashes into the barrier, finally breaking through to our world. The creature's body stretches and twists, its teeth tanging against the magical constraints Noah has set. It lashes out with its long, whip-like tongue, desperate to taste the blood of its new master. The ritual circle glows with an intense violet light as the parasite is forced into a physical form. System notifications rain down. Don't eat everything. Don't be bad. Accept every command. Noah is literally programming the worm's brain. The parasite screams "GRAAA" as the mental shackles of the oath snap into place. It looks at Noah and repeats, "Master says I must move there. That I will do." Noah holds out his stump, encouraging the worm, now named Tony, to complete the merger. Noah falls to one knee with a gah, the pain of a sentient worm burrowing into his shoulder being almost too much to bear. The system pings. Inflicted with abyssal parasite! Gained fever 1! Aurelia screams for him to desummon the creature before it eats him alive, her hand igniting with fire. Noah grits his teeth, panting heavily as he tells her he's fine and that he can handle this. He lets out a final, agonizing AH as Tony starts the rapid regrowth of the limb. He collapses, telling Aurelia his entire body feels like it's burning from the inside out. The system pings gained skill, pain tolerance, which is a pretty good indicator of how much this sucks. He rips his shirt open, showing the black veins of the parasite spreading across his chest and back. With a horrific grow sound, a new arm starts to sprout from the stump, made of dark, scaly flesh. His fever jumps to level 2 as Tony devours Noah's life force to fuel the insane biological growth. Noah falls flat on his face with a heavy thud, his consciousness fading as the mutation continues. In the darkness of his mind, he tells himself that pain is just a feeling and he can't let it control him. He opens his eyes, sweating and panting, but his gaze is sharper than ever before. Pain tolerance hits level 2 as his body adapts to the parasite's constant feeding. Noah stands up, his aura erupting as both meditation and pain tolerance level up simultaneously. He focuses on his breathing, channeling his mana to soothe the raw new muscles of his arm. He sits in a meditative pose, his body looking shredded and powerful as the smoke rises from his new skin. The levels keep climbing. Meditation hits level 5 and pain tolerance reaches level 6. Our boy is built different. Noah looks at his new hand. It's completely black and numb, and he wonders if Tony is finished yet. The fever finally breaks, and Aurelia rushes over with a healing potion, her face filled with worry. Noah gulps down the green liquid, his strength returning as the potion stabilizes his vitals. He tells her the pain just vanished, looking completely amazed at the result of his crazy experiment. Suddenly, the arm starts to twitch, showing that Tony has a mind of its own. A sickening squelch echoes through the library as the arm fully integrates with Noah's nervous system. Noah stands up, laughing as he shows off his new limb. It's got thicker skin, stronger muscles, and even a poison gland. The system confirms abyssal parasite has evolved into abyssal symbiote, and his lifeblood skill has hit level 4. Wait for it, Noah's race has officially evolved from modified human to human symbiont, giving him a permanent +2 to all stats. He swishes the arm through the air, feeling the incredible weight and power behind every movement. The description of Tony pops up, explaining that the creature will now hone Noah's instincts and increase his strength for as long as they stay together. Noah admits he wasn't 100% sure it would work, which makes Aurelia give him a look that says no kidding. He looks at his new claws, realizing he basically has a built-in weapon that will never break. He lets out a wicked grin, declaring that the agony was absolutely worth it. Aurelia warns him to keep that arm hidden under a sleeve, because unnecessary eyes on monster limbs are never a good thing. Noah is in total fanboy mode, telling her the arm is so sick, while Aurelia just sighs at his terrible choice of words. She reminds him that sick usually means disgusting in this world, and she's not exactly wrong. She crosses her arms, pointing out that the hands still look slightly human in some ways, which makes it even creepier to look at. Noah just whistles, totally unfazed, while his claws retract with a sharp snikt. The claws slide back out of his knuckles, and Noah realizes he's going to have to spend some time learning how to control his new partner. Aurelia tentatively asks if she can touch it, her curiosity finally getting the better of her. She presses her fingers against the cold black skin, looking like she's trying to figure out if it's alive or dead. Tony reacts with a snikt, his claws popping out and scaring the life out of both of them. Noah notes that having an inbuilt weapon is a massive advantage, since he won't have to worry about outgrowing his gear. Aurelia gives him a warm smile, realizing that since the arm is part of his astral script, it will level up right alongside him. Noah shouts sweet and wants to go test it out, but Aurelia tells him they need to go outside so he doesn't demolish the library. Noah gives a mock of course as they head toward the forest in the golden sunset. They walk through the village streets, Noah keeping his black arm lowered as they pass the local houses. Their boots tap on the stone path as they leave the civilization of Lefar behind. They reach the edge of the woods, the orange light filtering through the autumn leaves. Noah looks around, looking for a target that can handle his new power. He spots a massive, sturdy tree and decides that it's Good enough for a target practice dummy. He gives a confident smirk and lets his claws snicked out, the dark energy swirling around his fist. He charges forward with a foosh, his speed catching even Aurelia by surprise. With a violent shrack, he slashes across the trunk, his claws cutting through the wood like it's wet paper. He follows up with a second strike, the sheer force of Tony's power rattling the entire tree. Noah has a wide, manic grin on his face as he delivers a flurry of slashes that would shred any E-rank monster. The visual shows the multiple claw marks appearing in the air, a shack of pure destructive energy. He finishes with a final shrack, the bark of the tree being torn away in massive chunks. He pulls back, telling Tony to add some poison to the mix. A splat of thick purple venom drips from the claws, instantly sizzling and melting the wood where it touches. Noah turns back to Aurelia with a wild grin, looking more like a monster than a man, and he's loving every second of it. Aurelia asks him who Tony is, and when Noah tells her it's the name of his hand, she just shakes her head and tells him his taste is something else. One arm's gone, a demon's taken its place, and our boy Noah is absolutely geeking out over his new upgrade, while a massive tree stands pulverized in the background. Aurelia isn't buying the hype though. She's worried he's going to be too clumsy with a clawed hand to actually fight. Noah just laughs it off, patting his demonic arm, which he's officially named Tony, like it's a prized pet. Noah is literally blushing with joy, listening to the metallic click of Tony's claws, while the arm's red eye stares back at him. Aurelia lets out a heavy sigh, looking at him like he's lost his mind, because most people would be horrified to have a monster limb attached to their shoulder. But Noah's from Earth, and he explains that back home people would pay a fortune to look this cool. Aurelia is just confused, having no idea what cool even means, so Noah has to break down the slang for her like a true interdimensional tutor. He starts explaining different contexts for being cool, leaving Aurelia completely lost as he rambles about sordid conflicts and peace offerings. She just looks at the sunset through the trees and decides that Noah's world must have been a very, very strange place. Noah fires back that her world is weirder because it actually has dragons, doing a little flap-flap motion with his hands that's honestly kind of adorable for a godslayer. The banter continues as they trek through the mountains, Noah insisting that fire-breathing lizards are way weirder than Earth slang. Aurelia leans against a tree, admitting that even if he went back home, Noah would still be the weirdest thing in any world. Time to get serious. Noah lunges forward, a blur of speed as he prepares to test Tony's true physical limits. He throws a massive strike at a boulder, but instead of a clean break, the rock just kind of puffs with a tiny crack. He clutches his hand in pain as it throbs red. It turns out Tony still has bones, and punching a rock with your fist is still a bad idea. Noah pivots to magic, activating his obliterate skill, and his heart starts pounding as he feels the void energy reacting violently to the demonic arm. The arm begins to crackle with dark purple energy, the air around them literally vibrating from the sheer power of the Void Hunter path. He dashes forward again, but this time his hand is a concentrated mass of annihilation as he swings downward. Boom! The boulder doesn't just break, it gets absolutely deleted, and Noah cheers like a kid who just pulled a legendary item in a gacha game. Aurelia, being the ultimate killjoy, tells him it's time to head back to the village before people think they've been kidnapped by monsters. As they walk back, Noah can't stop giggling to himself, clearly planning more ways to break the game with his new arm. Aurelia asks what's so funny, looking back at him with that "I'm done with you" expression. Noah looks at Tony's eye with a devious, mischievous smirk, the kind of look that usually means he's about to drop a terrible joke. He calls Tony a handy upgrade and bursts out laughing at his own pun while Aurelia literally facepalms in the background. She's so fed up she actually blasts a wave of fire his way, but Noah is already one step ahead. He uses Blink to vanish into blue pixels, taunting her as he runs toward the village while she screams about how much she hates him. The scene shifts to the peaceful blue sky over Leyfar village, but the peace isn't going to last long with Noah around. Back at the village, a local asks how the new hand is treating him, clearly curious about the mysterious traveler. Noah's at the tavern, telling the bartender it's better than the original, while the man speculates it must be some high-level magical prosthetic. Noah asks about the rumors flying around, and the bartender tells him to ignore the village gossip. This is a quiet place, after all. But Noah loves the rumors. He's leaning in with a wide grin, finding the whole scary outsider vibe hilarious. Flashback to earlier that day, kids are whispering that Noah literally ate the monster in the mine to get that arm. and he's just walking by like a boss. A mother warns her kids to behave or Noah will eat them next, and you can see the dark realization on Noah's face. Naturally, he leans into it. He uses Blink to appear right in front of them with a raw WR scare, sending the kids and the mom running for their lives. Back in the present, Noah and the bartender are sharing a good laugh over the chaos. The bartender asks how much longer they're staying, and Noah reveals they're heading out in 2 days, once Aurelia finishes the travel prep. Noah takes a long swig of ale, realizing he has to keep his lifeblood skill active 24/7 just to stop Tony from eating him alive. He slams the mug down, refreshed, while the bartender reminds him that getting lost in the wild is a death sentence. Noah slides a list of items across the counter, and the bartender's eyes nearly pop out. He thinks Noah is trying to summon a demon with these weird supplies. Noah panics, insisting it's just for testing his skills, but the bartender tells him it's going to cost a pretty penny to get this stuff on short notice. Our boy Noah doesn't even flinch. He just drops a glowing purple mana stone on the table like it's pocket change. The bartender's whole demeanor changes as he shakes with greed, clutching the stones. Suddenly, he's Noah's best friend. He promises to have everything ready by the end of the day, and Noah uses Tony to grab one last stone, the dark energy swirling around his hand. Noah walks out of the tavern with a satisfied smirk, feeling like a true high roller. Later that evening, a young villager is seen hauling a cart full of supplies toward their meeting spot. Noah takes the manifest, thanking the kid for the delivery. It's time for the real experiments to begin. He carries a massive jar of red liquid into a dark cellar where Aurelia is already waiting, looking bored out of her mind. Noah asks for help, but Aurelia just ignores him, still holding a grudge over the handy pun from earlier. She looks at a cage containing a small white rabbit and asks what Noah is planning to do with the poor thing. Noah gives her a dark, excited look, explaining that he needs live subjects to truly understand how his void powers work. Aurelia is skeptical, watching as Noah checks his inventory screen, which is currently empty and ready for data. He tells her to just watch, a confident grin on his face as he pulls up the astral script. The cellar turns a dark purple as Noah's shadow looms over the cage. The rabbit is literally trembling in fear. But instead of anything scary, Noah just squats down and starts tossing small pebbles out of a jar, humming to himself. He tosses a stone into the air and catches it with a swift motion, testing his reaction speed. Suddenly, blink! He teleports right into the cage with the rabbit, confirming that he can teleport with objects he's holding. As the chapter ends, Noah is left wondering just how many things, or people, he can take with him through the void. Phase 2 of the experiment begins. Noah grabs a handful of pebbles, his eyes glowing with that mad scientist energy as Aurelia watches from the side. He tells her, "Here goes nothing," and prepares to push his teleportation to the limit. He grunts in pain as he blinks, the blue energy around him looking much more unstable than before. He reappears across the room, nearly dropping the pebbles as he realizes that carrying weight makes the teleport way more taxing. His system screen flickers with mana calculations, showing that the cost of Blink isn't fixed, it scales with what he's carrying. He notes that carrying a lot of small items makes the ability exponentially harder to use. Noah tries again, his face tensed up as he channels a massive surge of blue mana. Thud! He lands perfectly, realizing that items stored in his inventory don't add weight to his teleport, only things he's physically holding. Next up, the environmental test. He grabs a long metal pole and slaps it over his shoulder. He blinks again, a flash of white light filling the cellar. Clang! The pole hits the ground. He didn't take it with him because he wasn't holding it, it was just resting on him. He tries again, focusing the mana into the pole itself. Aurelia watches as the pole just wiggles in place while Noah vanishes, confirming the holding rule is absolute. He sits down, trying to blink while the pole is just touching his leg. The blue pixels swirl, but the result is the same. He reappears, startled that the pole didn't budge. This system has some very specific logic. He concludes that the ability only carries stuff he is actively grasping with his hands. Noah starts chucking boxes and bags across the room, clearing space for the next round of tests. He stands in the middle of the mess, humming a tune as he looks at a small box in his hand. He's testing the inventory upload speed now, trying to see if he can vacuum items in. He blinks while mid-stride, trying to see if momentum affects the void travel. Aurelia is beyond confused as Noah reappears right next to her, explaining that he can't even teleport a building he's touching because he can't hold it. He sighs, realizing that if he's ever trapped in a collapsing cave, he can't just teleport the mountain away. Aurelia actually adds some logic, suggesting that he has to channel mana into the object to pull it through the void with him. She realizes this is likely a built-in safety restriction of the astral script to keep users from accidentally teleporting the whole planet. Noah looks back at the rabbit, which flinches the moment it sees that predatory glint in his eyes again. He gives a wide, toothy grin. It's time for the first live subject test. He gently grabs the rabbit, telling it he hopes nothing bad happens to it, while he treats it like a magical crash test dummy. Zing! They both vanish in a massive pillar of blue light. They reappear, and Noah is stoked. He can teleport living things as long as he's hugging them. Now it's time for the creepy test. He pulls out a jar of glowing green worms, looking like he's having way too much fun. He struggles this time, his teeth gritted as the mana resistance from the worms feels like trying to swim through molasses. The blink triggers with a blinding flash. Noah collapses to the ground, panting for air, while the glowing worms just wiggle around on his bare feet. He has to sit and meditate for a moment, waiting for his mana to hit 100% after that drain. Noah looks at Aurelia, patting her shoulder and asking if she's ready to be his next test subject. She actually says yes! He tries to blink while just standing near her, but the system doesn't register her as an item he's holding. He asks for her hand, and as they touch, a massive whoosh of blue and purple energy swirls around them, much more intense than before. Aurelia screams as they hit the void. Noah's system screams too, warning him of low mana as his blink skill suddenly levels up to 5. They reappear, and both of them look like they just got out of a 100 mph car crash. Aurelia is clutching her head, saying that felt awful. Noah is barely standing, admitting he's almost completely drained. But hey, at least they know they can teleport out of a bind now. Aurelia is furious, saying she'd rather die than feel her brain split in two like that ever again. Noah can't even respond. He just falls to his knees and barfs a literal rainbow of magical exhaustion. After a few minutes of recovery, Noah finally feels human again, though he looks like he's aged 10 years. He does some mental math. Teleporting living things works, but the stronger the person, the more likely he is to end up gagging on the floor. Final test. The inventory. He squats down and tries to push a jar of pebbles directly into the digital storage. The system screen ripples like water as the jar starts to sink into the blue interface. Ding! 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 Notifications flood in as he obtains pebble after pebble. Noah wonders if he can just shove a whole bunch of stuff in at once to save time. He pushes against the screen with all his might, looking like he's trying to shove a suitcase into an overhead bin. Suddenly, the jar is sucked in with a massive swoosh. Noah is surprised. It turns out bulk uploading items to his inventory actually draws mana from his body. He checks the count, 48 pebbles obtained. He spends the next hour doing more tests until he's basically an expert. He picks up the rabbit again, apologizing for science and promising to give it a treat later. He tosses the rabbit headfirst into the inventory screen. The system dings, 1x rabbit obtained. Aurelia is lying on the floor looking traumatized, while Noah stands over his inventory, waiting to see if the rabbit survives digital storage. They wait for a few tense minutes, the literal ticking of a clock echoing through the cellar. Noah pulls the rabbit out, and it's perfectly fine. He's ecstatic, realizing his inventory is either full of air or just freezes time completely. Noah turns to Aurelia with a creepy, mischievous grin and asks if she wants to get inside his inventory next. Aurelia just stares at him, her done-with-life meter finally hitting 100%. Noah is leaning in with a crazy look in his eyes, asking Aurelia if she'd be down to jump into his inventory just to see if people can actually fit in there. Aurelia is having none of it, shaking her head and telling him to back off because there's no way she's letting him treat her like a stored item. Noah tries to play it off as a quick in-and-out test, holding the rabbit and looking totally dramatic while Aurelia's annoyance level hits a boiling point. She lets out a literal growl, telling him to stop being so annoying, but Noah just wants to know why she's so scared of his pocket dimension. She finally admits the truth. It's probably pitch black in there, and she's not exactly a fan of the dark. Noah can't help but poke fun at her, asking if her fear of the dark is the real reason she uses fire magic to light everything up. Aurelia tells him enough, and Noah finally backs down, realizing he's pushed his luck just a little too far with his only bodyguard. He explains his logic. Since time stops inside the inventory, it could be the ultimate life support pod if she ever got fatally injured in battle. He shows her a mental image of himself carrying her to safety, explaining that the inventory could literally save her life in a matter of life or death. Aurelia looks at him, realizing he's actually being serious about her safety, but she reminds him that he promised no more dumb risks. After a long silence, she finally nods. If it's for a potential emergency, she's willing to give it one shot. She warns him that if he doesn't pull her out instantly, she's going to punch him for real this time, while Noah just smiles like he's won the lottery. He starts the process, his hand glowing with blue energy as he prepares to upload a whole human being into his system. He reaches out and grabs her arm, channeling his mana to pull her through the digital interface. Suddenly, the screen flashes red with a capacity-exceeded error, and Noah gets blown back as the system rejects Aurelia's massive mana signature. Noah collapses on the floor, his mana completely drained from the failed attempt, while Aurelia just stares at the glitchy red screen. The system confirms it couldn't store her, but Noah is actually happy because the fact that it tried means it's possible once he levels up. Aurelia just hopes they never actually have to reach the point where he needs to hide her in a box. She goes back to her studies, sitting down as Noah prepares for the next test. This guy literally never stops. He's testing Obliterate now, watching as the dark energy slowly eats away at the pebbles he's holding. He notes the timing. It takes 4 seconds to destroy an object with his demonic left hand, but 7 seconds with his normal right hand. He pulls up the script again, realizing that the demonic arm acts as a massive amplifier for his void powers. He watches the dark smoke curl around his fingers, fascinated by how the energy flows differently through Tony's corrupted muscles. He throws a concentrated blast at the floor, the ground cracking under the pressure of a partial Obliterate strike. He reaches out into the dust, his mind racing as he tries to figure out the exact mana-to-damage ratio of his skills. He holds up a single pebble, wondering if the cost of his abilities is fixed, or if he can cheat the mana drain by using smaller amounts of energy. Aurelia explains that there's always a minimum cost, but a skilled fighter can circumvent it with partial activations. Basically, Noah's learning to throttle his power. Noah pulls the rabbit back out of the inventory, checking to see if the time stop theory held up. The rabbit looks dazed but perfectly fine, confirming that for anything inside the inventory, the clock literally stops ticking. He sets the little guy down on the floor, and the rabbit immediately starts scurrying around the cellar. The rabbit hops right over to Aurelia, doing a little pion-pion dance across the floorboards. Aurelia picks it up, surprised that the little guy seems to have taken a liking to her. The rabbit nuzzles against her cheek, and Aurelia can't help but smile, mentioning that animals can always sense warmth and kindness. Noah ruins the moment instantly, pulling out a dagger and asking her to hold the rabbit tight, because he needs to injure it a little. Aurelia gives him the deadliest glare in history, but Noah swears it's for a very important reason. He needs to know if his exsanguinator blood can heal others, and don't worry, he's got a high-grade healing potion ready just in case. Aurelia lets out a defeated sigh and holds the rabbit, her heart breaking for the little test subject. Noah apologizes to the little guy, promising it'll only hurt for a split second. Slash! He makes a small cut on the rabbit's hind leg, and the poor thing squeals in pain while Aurelia winces. Noah then slices his own palm, letting his dark, mana-rich blood pool in his hand. He lets a single drop of his blood drip onto the rabbit's wound, and the air starts to sizzle. Aurelia watches in shock as the rabbit's wound closes up instantly. It's even faster than the village's best medicine. The rabbit stops squealing and starts drooling? Its eyes are locked onto Noah's hand like it just tasted the most delicious thing in existence. The rabbit starts frantically licking the blood off Noah's glove, looking completely obsessed as Noah thanks it for the cooperation. Aurelia's expression goes totally serious. She tells Noah he must never tell anyone that his blood can heal people. She warns him that if people find out he's a walking regenerative potion, some maniac will enslave him and turn him into a literal potion harvesting machine. Noah gets the point, looking a bit spooked as he sets the rabbit back down on the ground. The rabbit looks up at him with pleading eyes, its tiny mind already screaming for more of that red drink. Aurelia picks up the rabbit, telling it that it's time to go back to the wild before it gets any more weird ideas. She releases it into the woods at sunset, but as the rabbit watches them leave, its only thought is that it's still incredibly hungry. The rabbit tries chewing on some grass, but it's not enough anymore. It's had a taste of god blood, and normal food tastes like dirt. The little guy is literally vibrating with withdrawal, desperate to find where he can get more of that red drink. It remembers Noah and Aurelia, and realizes the giants are the ones who carry the treasure, and it's going to track them down. The rabbit hops through the sun-drenched forest, its fluffy exterior hiding a growing predatory darkness. It's moving with insane speed now, its muscles enhanced by the drop of void blood Noah gave it earlier. It stops and glaces around, its red eyes narrowing as it spots something moving in the distance. It's a young village girl, Auri, who's just out picking flowers, completely unaware that a blood-addicted bunny is staring her down. The rabbit hops into the flower patch, pretending to be the cute, harmless animal it used to be. Auri hears a rustle in the bushes and stops, looking curious. She spots the bunny and gasps, thinking it's the most adorable thing she's ever seen. The rabbit rubs against her leg, acting sweet, while Auri offers it a leaf, but the rabbit doesn't want greens anymore. It munches on the leaf just to keep up appearances, but its tiny heart is pounding with a different kind of hunger. Auri giggles and pats the rabbit, convinced she's made a new best friend. Inside its head, the rabbit is screaming. It knows this giant has the red drink inside her, and it must have it. It starts scratching at her dress, trying to climb up to her neck, where it can sense the warmth. Auri just thinks it wants to be held and lifts the rabbit up into her arms. The rabbit is happy now, convinced that it's finally about to get its fix. Auri starts walking back to the village, wondering if her mom will actually let her keep a wild pet. She pokes its nose, calling it cute, while the rabbit just stares at her, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. They walk through the busy village streets, the chatter of the townsfolk filling the air. Auri pats the rabbit, telling it they'll be home soon, while the little guy is overwhelmed by just how many giants are walking around. She slams the front door open, shouting for her mom to come look at what she found. The rabbit winces at the loud noise, its enhanced senses making every shout feel like a physical blow. The mother looks over, startled, and immediately asks what on earth Auri has brought into the house. Auri begs to keep him, saying the bunny was so friendly and wouldn't stop snuggling, but the mother isn't convinced. The mom sighs, stressed out by her kids, and tells Auri they aren't keeping a wild animal that she'll just get bored of in a week. She explains that wild rabbits belong to the ground and will just run away the first chance they get. Auri looks heartbroken, but her mother is firm, no arguments. The rabbit has to go. Auri tries one last time, holding the rabbit up to her mom's face, hoping its cuteness will win her over. The rabbit lets out a tiny squeal, its patience finally running out as it demands the red drink now. The mother grabs the rabbit by its ears, her patience completely gone. She assumes it's just someone's lost pet and tells Auri they're letting it go so it can find its home. Auri is crying and begging as her mother carries the rabbit toward the door, while the rabbit is just confused that it was so close yet so far. Blam! The door shuts, and the rabbit is left sitting in the dirt, completely alone. It starts scratching at the wooden door in a frenzy, wondering why the giant tricked it and took away the food. It stares through the holes in the wood, its tiny heart filling with a very human-like sense of doom. It realizes that the giant totally betrayed it, and now it needs to find another source of the red drink. It jumps back into the street, letting out a little hiccup, and hopping off to find another giant. It weaves between the legs of the villagers, looking for anyone who seems easy to bite. It spots two men chatting by a wall, another set of giants to test. It hops right up to their boots, looking up with those innocent red eyes. The bald man picks it up, mentioning that he saw a little girl crying about this same rabbit earlier. The other guy jokes that he's getting hungry, and that some rabbit stew might be a good idea for dinner. Bite! The rabbit doesn't wait. It sinks its teeth into the man's hand with a savage, bloody chomp. The man screams in agony as the rabbit tears a chunk of flesh away, the giant finally realizing this isn't a normal bunny. His scream echoes through the village, a sound of pure terror that cuts through the quiet afternoon. The scene shifts back to the cellar. Aurelia walks in, finding Noah still hunched over his digital screens. Noah asks her if there's a way to hide the system notifications, realizing they're going to be a huge distraction during a real fight. Aurelia explains that most adventurers just create a box in their UI, where all the junk notifications go so they can focus. Noah follows her instructions, his finger sliding across the blue screen as he manages to mute the alerts. He swipes the notifications into a corner looking satisfied. It's like he just customized his HUD for a boss fight. He dives back into his attributes, realizing that names like power and agility don't actually explain the complex substats hidden underneath. He closes his eyes and thinks hard, trying to reach deep into the system's source code to find the real answers. He starts clutching his head as a massive headache kicks in. He's literally trying to brute force the system's logic through sheer willpower. Ding! A new notification pops up. Through his insane mental focus, he's actually unlocked the skill Soul Modification. His UI explodes with new information. Power, agility, constitution, and mystic now show a massive list of subranks from F to SSS. Noah is trembling, his brain feeling like it's being fried by the sheer amount of data flooding his vision. He demands the system tell him more, pushing his soul to the limit to unlock the next layer of information. Notifications start flying. Soul resistance and soul modification are leveling up every second as Noah dives deeper into the void. He sees a full digital map of a human soul, with glowing orbs representing his different paths and powers. He's looking at it with wide, confused eyes, realizing that he's stumbled onto something that shouldn't be possible for a human to see. Thud! The mental strain is too much, and Noah collapses onto the floor, his vision fading to black. Back in the village, the bald man is still screaming for help while the rabbit, its face covered in blood, hops away with a terrifyingly satisfied look. The men are too stunned to move as the little beast disappears into the shadows, its fur stained red. The rabbit pauses, its tiny heart racing. It finally got the red drink, but something is wrong. It stops and looks at its bloody paws, its red eyes glowing with a dark realization. The villager's blood tasted like garbage compared to Noah's. It didn't give it that surge of life, that feeling of being a god. It starts shaking its head in a panic, its addiction taking over. It can't accept that it went through all that for a low-quality drink. It lets out a hiss, its face contorted with rage as it demands the real red drink once again. It stops to think, its tiny brain working at a supernatural speed. It realizes that things that move and have fur must have the red drink inside them. It watches a massive wild boar kill a smaller animal in the distance, seeing the blood spray across the grass. The rabbit decides it's going to stop waiting for handouts and start biting the red drink out of anything that moves. A few minutes later, something is rustling in the tall grass. The hunter has become the hunted. A squirrel hops out, looking around for food, completely unaware that a white blur is charging straight for it. The rabbit's face is a mask of pure, bloodthirsty madness as it lunges with its teeth bared. The squirrel tries to dash away, but the rabbit is way too fast, closing the gap in a single, powerful hop. Whoosh! The rabbit misses by a hair as the squirrel dives into the bushes. The squirrel screeches and turns to run, but the rabbit skids to a halt and prepares for another jump. The squirrel scrambles up a tree, barely escaping the rabbit's snapping jaws. The rabbit thumps the ground in frustration, realizing it needs to find something bigger that can't just climb away. It spots a massive wild boar munching on some apples and decides that this is its next target. It charges the boar head-on, its tiny feet drumming against the forest floor. Comp! It sinks its teeth into the boar's leg, and the massive beast lets out a pained roar. The boar kicks the rabbit back with a powerful blow, sending the little guy flying through the air. The rabbit hits the ground, trembling and bleeding. It realized that big giants with tusks are a very bad idea for a solo hunt. The boar charges, and the rabbit barely manages to roll out of the way. It licks its own wounds, and as it tastes its own blood, something inside it clicks. It feels a surge of energy it never had before. It spots another normal rabbit munching on some flowers and realizes that this one won't see it as an enemy because they look the same. It hops into the air with a happy, innocent look, pretending to be a friendly visitor. The brown rabbit sniffs the white one, curious about its new friend, but doesn't sense any danger. Hiss! The white rabbit's face suddenly splits into a terrifying, toothy grin as its eyes glow bright red. It jumps! The brown rabbit's eyes go wide with shock, but it's too late to escape. A cloud of dust and fur explodes as the two rabbits battle it out, but it's not even a fair fight. The white rabbit stands over the body of its kin, its fur covered in blood, panting heavily as it prepares for the final step. It lets out a monstrous roar that sounds nothing like a rabbit, and it begins to consume its fallen brother. Ding! A system screen appears. It has gained the Cannibal and Kinslayer perks, and it has awarded it enough XP for its first kill. The screen offers a choice. Would you like to evolve into a murder bunny? And you bet it's clicking yes. Back at the tavern, Noah finally wakes up in a proper bed, feeling like he's been hit by a truck, while Aurelia tells him it's time to move. She's been busy planning their route, her desk covered in maps and research papers. Noah is impressed, realizing she's been doing way more prep work than he thought while he was busy playing with his soul. She's charting a path that avoids the team that betrayed her, aiming for the safety of Windrest. Noah takes a deep breath, telling her he needs to know exactly what he saw during his soul modification trance. He shows her a mental projection of the sub-attributes and the skeleton model, demanding an explanation for the letters and ranks. Aurelia realizes it's time for a proper talk about how power actually works for adventurers. She sits him down, looking more serious than ever, while Noah leans in, ready for the lore dump. She pulls out a piece of paper and starts scribbling a diagram to explain the soul vessel theory. She draws a stick figure inside a circle, and Noah asks if that's supposed to be a rotten apple or a drawing of him. She explains that the stick figure is the body, and the circle is the soul, and a person's soul is almost always bigger than their physical body. The problem is that the body acts as a vessel that holds the soul back, preventing you from using your full potential. When you train your sub-attributes, you're basically increasing the vessel size, so your soul has more room to grow and flow. She explains that a high ranker with bad substats might actually be weaker than someone with lower ranks who has maximized their vessel. She suggests he doesn't worry about the math right now. There's still way too much he has to learn about how the world actually works. Noah ruffles his hair, exhausted, asking if all this evaluation is even necessary. Aurelia just smiles and tells him it's time to leave. They've got a long road ahead of them. An hour later, they're at the village gate, and the mayor is thanking them for all their help, providing them with horses for the journey. The mayor is laughing and telling them they're always welcome back if their paths ever cross with the village again. Aurelia thanks him, and they share a respectful goodbye as the villagers wave them off. The horses' hooves go clop-clop on the road as Noah and Aurelia ride out into the bright morning sun, finally leaving Leyfar behind. Ding! A new quest appears, the City of Winds. Noah's goal is to reach Windrest safely, but with a murder bunny on the loose, things are about to get complicated. The sun is beating down on our boy Noah as he and Aurelia ride through a literal oven. He's already asking if they're there yet, but Aurelia isn't having it. They're on a tight schedule and every second counts. Aurelia explains that the world has multiple suns that cycle every 15 days, which explains why the heat suddenly jumped to 100 degrees. Noah's dying in his dress shirt, realizing the geography of this world shifts based on the mana grade of the local environment. They just left a lush forest, and now they're in an arid wasteland rich with solar mana stones. Windrest City is their destination, and as the name implies, it's a place dominated by wind mana if they can survive the trek. Aurelia actually lets out a rare laugh, seeing Noah struggle with the heat. She promises a break soon, but for now, he just needs to stay hydrated and keep his head in the game. Noah chugs his water skin like his life depends on it, sweat pouring down his face. Suddenly, Noah stops mid-sip, his eyes narrowing as he spots something on the horizon. Aurelia looks out across the dry grass, her veteran instincts kicking in immediately. There's a group of people up ahead, and in a world like this, strangers usually mean trouble. She kicks her horse into a gallop, and the duo charges forward to investigate. They find a merchant wagon stalled on the road, the system identifying the group as neutral travelers. A man in a wide-brimmed hat waves them down, looking relieved to see other civilized souls. He asks if the guild sent them, clearly expecting backup that never arrived. Noah clarifies they're just two adventurers on their way to Windrest, and the man reveals the path ahead is blocked by a massive landslide. Noah stares at the valley, which is literally plugged by a boulder the size of a skyscraper. That's not just a landslide, that's a problem. Unfortunately, this is the only main road to the city, leaving them stuck in the middle of nowhere. Aurelia checks the map, noting there's a shorter route through Serpent's Grove, but it's notoriously risky. She's willing to risk the grove because she has zero intention of sleeping in a monster-infested forest. The merchant panics the moment he hears the name, asking if they're insane for even considering that path. He claims there are rumors of a worm, a high-level dragonkin, living in the grove, and he wouldn't risk his life for anything. Aurelia calls nonsense, saying there isn't enough mana in this region to support a creature that powerful, but the man insists it's a death trap. The man points toward a young family sitting nearby, saying he's been begging them not to go either. A man named Leon is tending to his wife and child, looking completely desperate. The moment Leon sees Noah and Aurelia, he jumps up and waves his arms like a man drowning. He begs the adventurers for help, his voice cracking with pure fear. He needs someone to escort his family through Serpent's Grove immediately. His son, Irios, is terribly ill, and their only hope is reaching a high-level healer in Windrest before it's too late. Noah learns that Leon is a sculptor from the town of Altius, a professional with a very unique set of skills. Leon claps his hands together in a prayer, promising to repay them handsomely if they just save his boy. Every healer they've met says the kid needs a C-rank professional, and there isn't anyone that capable in this arid wasteland. Noah leans in to check the kid, his eyes scanning for symptoms. The baby is burning up, panting heavily as a mysterious fever eats away at his life force. Aurelia pulls Noah aside, wanting to talk strategy before they commit to a high-stakes escort mission. Noah asks if she really plans on just leaving them there to die in the dirt. Aurelia points out they could take them back to Lefar, but the healers there aren't high enough rank to stop a magical plague. Noah gets a devious idea. He could feed the kid a drop of his regenerative exsanguinator blood to stabilize him. Aurelia shuts that down fast, reminding him that showing off his vampire potion blood is the quickest way to get kidnapped by a cult. They decide the only way is forward. They're taking the family to Windrest. Noah gives Leon the good news, and the man looks like he's just seen a miracle. Ding! A new quest obtained. Escort mission. Difficulty: hard. Reward: UNNWN. Leon yells for his wife Shia to pack up. It's time to move. Before they leave, Noah hands Shia a small vial of medicine. Aurelia watches from the shadows, warning Noah through their mental link not to let them see him mixing his own blood into the flask. Noah discreetly slashes his palm with a dagger, the dark blood welling up instantly. He drips a few concentrated drops into the vial, creating a life-saving concoction. He shakes the vial, looking like a professional apothecary while Leon and Shia watch with hope. Noah gently tells the baby, Irios, that he's a brave little kid. He promises the child that this sip will make him feel a lot better until they reach the big city. The baby looks up with glazed eyes, barely conscious as the vial approaches his lips. He gulps down the mana-rich blood, and you can almost see the life returning to his pale face. The fever breaks instantly, and the group prepares to enter the grove, moving fast while the kid is stable. The sound of horse hooves on soft earth marks their entry into the Serpent's Grove. Aurelia notes that if they push through the night, they should hit the city gates by sunrise. Noah is sharing a horse with Leon, who nods along, his eyes constantly scanning the dark trees. The atmosphere is tense, the light of the sun's barely reaching the forest floor. Noah asks Leon about his hometown, Altius, and the man explains it's a wood-rich region near the Lost Woods. Leon reaches into his bag, pulling out one of his creations. He reveals he can animate his sculptures, showing Noah a small wooden bear that starts to twitch. The mayor uses him to build watchtowers and guardian sculptures that act as an early warning system for the town. The bear literally waves at Noah. Leon explains they aren't alive, but they follow his mental commands to the letter. The conversation turns serious as Aurelia asks how they plan to pay for a C-rank healer, since they definitely aren't cheap. Shia explains that a party called Righteous Light has a healer who agreed to help them out of pure kindness. Aurelia's face darkens. She was worried it might be the Iron Fists, the team that betrayed her, but this sounds like a different group. Leon is just grateful that anyone is willing to help, as they've been lost and desperate for a week. He mentions a terrifying detail. It's not just Irios. A lot of children in their town are getting sick. Noah's gamer brain pings. If children and the elderly are both targets, this isn't just a flu, it's a targeted curse. Shia adds that every single birth in the last month has been a stillbirth, leaving the entire town unnerved. Leon's face twists in shadow as he mentions that the abyssal cultists have been seen moving in the area. Even the Church of Hellion is sending out priests to investigate the source of the plague. Noah and Aurelia share a look. Whenever the abyssal cult is involved, things always end in a bloodbath. Shia wants to move the family away once the kid is better, but Leon feels he owes the mayor too much to leave. The horses continue their clop-clop through the darkening woods, the tension reaching a breaking point. Noah activates his Void Hunter's eyes to see in the dark, and what he sees makes his heart skip a beat. Aurelia's hand clicks as she readies her fire magic, sensing a massive shift in the forest's energy. She mutters that this better not be what she thinks it is. The horses stop dead, their ears twitching as a strange purple E symbol appears in the air. The entire forest is suddenly bathed in an eerie red light as Shia clutches her baby in terror. Aurelia screams that they need to step off the path now. Something is coming. They dive into the brush as a heavy clop-clop echoes behind them. Noah's eyes lock onto a massive silhouette, an undead bear, its body stitched together and eyes glowing green. The forest has gone pitch black in the middle of the day. Aurelia leaps off her horse, her boots skidding in the dirt as she prepares for combat. She crouches low, her eyes fixed on the shadows above. Whoosh! Something massive swings through the trees. She jumps from branch to branch with superhuman agility, trying to draw the monster's attention. Noah's system screen flashes red. A massive doom warning fills his vision as he realizes the scale of the threat. Thud! Aurelia lands, her face covered in sweat. They're being hunted by something far worse than a bear. She tells Noah they have to move on foot. The horses are too spooked to be useful and will only draw more monsters. She smacks the horses, sending them running off to act as a distraction. The horses woof and gallop away, disappearing into the dark. The group dashes in the opposite direction, Noah leading the family through the undergrowth. Noah asks, "What the hell is happening?" And Aurelia drops the bombshell. It's an eclipse. Shia is trembling as she runs, the baby Irios whimpering in her arms. Noah looks up, seeing the moon slowly devouring the twin suns. Aurelia smacks him, warning him never to look directly at the eclipse. When the suns and moon align, the world turns into a nightmare. Flashback to the murder bunny. It's standing over its first kill, the system dinging with the Kinslayer perk. A narration box explains that during this time, the Watcher, the moon itself, opens its eyes. The bunny looks up as the moon begins to stare back at the world. The little guy's fur begins to stand on end, crackling with dark evolution energy. This is the Watcher's night, a time of pure, unadulterated madness. Two massive, glowing orange eyes open in the darkness of the forest. The Watcher's gaze inflicts madness upon anyone, human or monster, who dares to look at it. The rabbit has fully evolved into a murder bunny, complete with a lethal jagged horn and a terrifying blood-stained grin. Ding! Noah is hit with the Donnas V debuff as the monsters in the forest enter a blood frenzy and the undead begin to rise in hordes. Noah grabs Aurelia's hand, his mind spinning from the system's interference. Aurelia screams that they must find a safe place fast before the horde closes in. Noah nods, checking their rear. Nobody is in pursuit for now, but the forest is waking up. Leon and Shia look back in horror as the shadows behind them start to move. The darkness is absolute, lit only by the red glow of the eclipse. Noah and Aurelia stop dead. Behind them, dozens of glowing red eyes are watching from the trees. The hunt has officially begun. The Watcher's eye hangs in the sky like a giant bleeding orb as the group flees through the forest. Noah's HUD is a mess of red warnings as the system judges his very soul. He realizes the moon wants to be looked at, pulling his gaze upward with a supernatural force. He grits his teeth, fighting the urge to look up, while Aurelia asks what their next move is. Noah shouts at her to protect the family while he handles the front line. Aurelia lets out a roar of her own, her fists erupting in a massive explosion of flames. Bam! Bam! She pummels the undead bear that's been stalking them, her fire magic searing through its necrotic flesh. Noah shifts his position, acting as a human shield for Leon and Shia. He pulls a dagger, his movements fluid and precise, even under the madness debuff. He tells the family to run, as the quest updates to very hard difficulty, with a legendary tome as the reward. A giant forest snake lunges from the tall grass, its fangs dripping with venom. Slash! Noah cuts it down in one clean motion, his demonic arm providing insane striking power. Aurelia is a whirlwind of fire, her attacks lighting up the dark grove like a bonfire. She kicks a tree trunk into a group of approaching ghouls, her strength boosted by the adrenaline of the eclipse. But the undead keep coming. A mangled zombie with glowing red eyes crawls toward them from the shadows. It grabs Shia's ankle, and she lets out a blood-curdling scream for help. The zombie tries to pull her into the dark, its grip bruising her skin. Bump! Noah body slams the zombie, shielding Shia and the baby from the creature's reach. He swings his blade downward with everything he's got. The system confirms. Lesser undead defeated. Noah stabs it through the skull just to be sure, the dark energy of his arm pulsing with every strike. He helps Shia back up, but she's dizzy and trembling from the shock. She cries out that her ankle is hurt and she can't put any weight on it. Damn it! Noah growls, realizing their mobility just got cut in half. He taps her injury with his hand, letting a bit of his regenerative mana flow into her to dull the pain. Leon sees another monster approaching and screams for an attack! A massive undead grizzly lets out a roar that shakes the very trees. Leon uses his sculptor ability, and a wooden guardian lurches forward to intercept the beast, green mana glowing in its joints. Noah asks Shia if she can walk now, and she admits it doesn't hurt as much. He tells her she has to bear the pain if they're going to live. Aurelia delivers a devastating BAM to the grizzly's jaw, her fire magic melting its face. The monster lets out a final, gurgling "Arrghlay" before collapsing into a pile of ash. Ham! Another wooden guardian gets smashed by a different monster, the sound of breaking timber echoing through the grove. Aurelia sees the sheer number of monsters and realizes they're being surrounded. Leon shouts for everyone to follow him. He's found a potential exit! Thump, thump, thump! They dash through the undergrowth, the sounds of the frenzy right on their heels. Noah reaches out to grab Leon as they scramble over a fallen log. Thud! A giant clawed foot smashes into the ground right where they were standing a second ago. Noah reaches out his hand to pull Shia onto a raised rock. Leon points to a cave entrance up ahead. It's their only chance to hide until the eclipse passes. Aurelia charges her final blast of fire, the heat becoming intense enough to singe the leaves. She burns a path through the reaching hands of the undead, clearing a way to the cave mouth. "Get inside!" she screams, her face illuminated by the raging flames. Suddenly, an undead ghoul drops from the ceiling of the forest, aiming straight for Noah's head. ACK! It tackles him to the ground, its teeth snapping just inches from his throat. Noah pushes back with all his might, his demonic arm glowing with a furious red light. Boosh! A gout of flame incinerates the ghoul's head. Aurelia saved his life just in time. She yells at him to catch up and stop playing with the local wildlife. Noah uses Blink, vanishing in a burst of pixels and reappearing right next to the family. Aurelia checks everyone for bites, reminding them that undead carry a lethal necrotic poison. Leon leads them toward the cave entrance, his breath hitching in his chest. They thump into the darkness of the cave, the air growing cold and damp. Noah skids to a halt, looking back at the horde of monsters. They stop at the edge of the cave, the undead staring into the darkness, with a strange, primitive fear. Aurelia realizes they aren't advancing. Whatever is inside this cave is scarier than a forest full of zombies. Leon's face goes pale as he looks deep into the tunnel, whispering, It's Hump. Two massive, glowing blue eyes open in the pitch-black depths of the cave. Hump. The sound of a massive heart beating echoes through the stone walls. A massive blue wing unfurls from the shadows, and Noah realizes they just traded a forest of monsters for a dragon's den. Hearts are pounding like hammers against ribs. The air itself feels heavy, vibrating with the presence of something ancient and terrifying. Aurelia is completely frozen, her eyes wide with a level of fear we've never seen from her before. She can't even find the words to scream. She tries to turn, to do anything, but her muscles won't respond. It's like her body has completely given up on her. And there it is, the blue worm. Its scales shimmer with a deadly pale light as it looms over them like a god of destruction. The system doesn't hold back the bad news. Noah's staring at a wall of red text, telling him he's in the presence of an ascendant. His soul is literally trembling. A level 5 terror debuff has landed, stripping away all his attributes and locking him in place. Noah grinds his teeth, tasting copper as he realizes this might actually be the end of the road for him. The worm opens its massive maw, ready to erase them from existence. Leon is desperately trying to shield his family, but he can't move a single inch to protect his wife and child. Aurelia is mentally breaking down. For a warrior of her caliber to be this helpless is a nightmare she never expected to live through. Suddenly, the silence is shattered by the sound of baby Irio's crying. The worm's massive eye narrows, focusing entirely on the tiny human. It leans down, its snout getting dangerously close to the group. One wrong move, and they're all dragon snacks. Noah's mind is racing, cursing his inability to save the kid. But then, something absolutely insane happens. The worm doesn't bite. It gently nudges the baby, almost like it's curious or recognizing something in him. Little Irio stops crying and actually laughs, reaching out his tiny hands to touch the monster that has everyone else paralyzed with fear. He pats the worm's snout with a huge smile on his face. It's the most wholesome and most terrifying thing Noah has ever seen. As the baby grabs a scale, a sharp crack echoes through the cave. The kid actually pulled a scale right off the worm! He's holding it up like a trophy, eyes glowing with pure joy. The pressure suddenly vanishes as the terror debuff is lifted. The worm settles back into the shadows and gives them a simple, chilling command. Leave. You don't have to tell Noah twice. He stammers out an agreement, his voice shaking as the group prepares to run for their lives. They bolt out of that cave as the false night of the eclipse finally begins to fade away. Once they're a safe distance away, the sun starts to peek over the horizon. Leon suggests they finally make a proper camp to recover. Noah looks back at the family, his mind still spinning from what just happened. That kid is definitely not normal. Seeing Shia and Irios safe and happy makes it all feel real. Plus, the system chimes in. Irios just gained a fate-touched perk, and his luck stat just skyrocketed. Noah tries to get some shut-eye, but the adrenaline is still humming through his veins as the campfire crackles nearby. Aurelia wakes him up after a short burst of rest. She needs an hour of sleep herself and asks our boy to take over the watch. Noah sits up, feeling surprisingly refreshed. His gamer body is already bouncing back from the stress. He stretches out with a huge yawn. Having a high constitution really pays off when you're living in a fantasy death trap. Leon is already awake, working on a tiny wooden carving by the fire. He notes that usually only high-ranked adventurers can function on this little sleep. Noah admits he couldn't have slept more even if he tried. His brain is already calculating his next moves. He notices Leon repairing a small wooden cub and asks if he can control all his sculptures like that. Noah leans in, looking a bit more chibi than usual, asking the important questions. Do these little wooden guys actually feel pain? Leon just laughs it off. They're just wood and mana, Noah. They don't feel a thing. But Leon's eyes light up when he talks about his life sculptor path. His dream is to create something so perfect it's indistinguishable from a living being. Noah encourages him, thinking that after surviving a literal dragon, anything is possible. They share a quiet moment under the fading stars, two guys just trying to make it in a world that wants to eat them. Time to check the spoils. Noah opens his status window and his jaw nearly hits the dirt. Surviving that encounter gave him a massive level boost. He's sitting on 66 unallocated attribute points. That's enough to turn him into a monster. He swipes through his skills, eager to see how much more broken he can become. Ding! His terror resistance just hit level 3. That's going to be a lifesaver in the future. The system confirms he survived the depths of terror. He's officially more resilient to the kind of fear that would kill a normal man. Noah's eyes go cold. If this resistance means he won't be a statue the next time a big boss shows up, he'll take it. He goes back to his main attributes. It's time to spend those points and level up for real. He looks at his stats one last time before making a choice that most people would call suicidal. He dumps all 66 points at once. His stats skyrocket, power, agility, and constitution all hit massive new heights. At first, he's hyped! He feels the power surging through him like a lightning bolt. But then, his face pales. He realizes he just made a rookie mistake. You don't just dump 66 points of raw energy into a human body and expect it to be fine. His muscles start to spasm. His blood feels like boiling lead. He lets out a strangled groan as his body tries to rewrite itself in seconds. Leon watches him with a facepalm. Our boy might be a genius strategist, but he's still got a lot to learn about the common sense of this world. High above, the sky is clear, with a single feather drifting down as a sign of what's to come. Noah is trembling, his aura expanding so fast it's physically shaking the ground. Leon tells him to lie down before his heart explodes. Leon is genuinely worried. He explains that Noah's body is going into overdrive trying to keep up with the sudden change in its own nature. Leon suggests meditation to channel the energy. Noah clings to the idea, desperate to stop the feeling of being torn apart from the inside. He closes his eyes, focusing every bit of his willpower on fighting through the agonizing pain. Slowly, the chaotic mana begins to settle. His mana regen kicks up to D2, and he finally feels the storm inside him, calming down. He lets out a massive sigh of relief. He's alive, and he's significantly stronger, but he's never doing that again. Leon gives him a pro tip that every noble kid learns. Never use more than 25 points at a time if you're low rank. Noah's lucky he's still in one piece. Noah nods along, realizing that being system smart isn't the same as being world smart. He needs to pay more attention to these local rules. Another notification pops up. The evolution isn't done yet. His Void Hunter's eye has evolved into the intermediate level. Now he can peer through the dark and actually see the life force of living things. He activates the skill, and his vision is flooded with a vibrant, glowing green energy. He looks down at his own hand, seeing the mana and life force pulsing through his veins like a map of power. It's overwhelming, a burst of information that makes his head spin, but the clarity is unlike anything he's ever experienced. He blinks, trying to adjust to his new God mode vision. He rubs his eyes, the strain of the new skill already starting to fade as he gets used to the input. He looks over at the sleeping family and notices a bright, blinding light coming from under their blankets. It's the worm's scale. It's glowing with an intensity that only Noah's new eyes can fully appreciate. The system simply labels it as the scale of an ancient being. Noah pulls Leon aside, asking how the baby is doing after being near such a powerful artifact. Leon beams with a smile. The fever Irios had is completely gone. The dragon's gift literally healed him. Noah warns him to keep that scale hidden. It's basically a nuke of life force, and every greedy person in the city would kill for it. They pack up and head out. Aurelia looks back, noting that it was a surprisingly peaceful night given how it started. She reckons the monsters are all exhausted after the eclipse, giving them a clear path to Windrest City. They need to move fast to make it by sunset. Leon goes to wake up his wife and son, a spring in his step now that the end of their journey is in sight. Noah checks in with Aurelia, making sure she's really okay after the cave incident. She's still a bit shaken, her composure not quite back to 100%. She admits she's just unsettled. Surviving a worm isn't something you just shrug off over breakfast. Leon shows the scale to Irios, promising to turn it into a necklace so the life force can help the boy grow up strong. The group walks through the lush forest, the city finally coming into view in the distance. They trek through the day, the anticipation building with every step. Feathers drift through the air, signaling that they've entered the territory of the City of Winds. Finally, Windrest City reveals itself. It's a massive walled metropolis with towering spires and something Noah hasn't seen before: people flying. They're using mechanical wings that flap with a steady, rhythmic sound. Noah's eyes are wide. He's never seen anything like these feather gliders before. He's practically drooling over the tech. Aurelia explains they're powered by wind mana stones. They're the primary way people get around the higher levels of the city. She smiles, remembering her own childhood. She promises to show him how they work once they get inside. Noah scratches his head looking at the massive walls. He can't find a single gate. Are they on the wrong side? Aurelia points upwards. An elevator cage is being hauled up the wall by massive gusts of wind. This city doesn't have gates, it has vertical transit. They step into the cage, the ground falling away as they begin their ascent. With a powerful whoosh, the lift surges upward, the wind whipping past them. Noah is caught off guard by the sudden jerk, nearly falling over as he grabs onto the railing for dear life. As they reach the top, the view of the city opens up. It's breathtaking, a sea of white stone and green gardens stretching as far as the eye can see. They step off the lift. Aurelia reminds them they need to pass through security since she doesn't have her official adventurer plate on her. The sounds of the city, chatter, bells, and the hum of mana fill the air. Before they head into the crowd, Leon stops them. He holds out a handful of glowing orange stones. Shia thanks them again, her voice full of emotion. They wouldn't be standing in this city if Noah hadn't risked his life for them. Noah and Aurelia look at the stones. C-grade mana stones! This is a small fortune for a simple sculptor to give away. Leon just laughs, his eyes sparkling. He won't take no for an answer. It's a heartfelt goodbye as the family heads off toward a healer, leaving our duo to start their own official adventure. Noah stands at the registration desk, giving his name and age with a straight face. He's finally about to become an official part of this world system. He has to place his hand on a glowing orb. The guard asks if he's a member of any abyssal cults. Noah's response is a firm no. No criminal record, no cult ties. The guard waves him through. It's that simple to get your foot in the door. Noah walks through the tunnel, his boots tapping on the stone floor. He's officially in. Ding! The system rewards him for reaching the city and completing the escort mission. He just landed a legendary Tome of Dimensional Pocket. Noah is literally vibing, humming to himself as he checks the rewards. Aurelia, meanwhile, looks at him with pure disgust for his weird behavior. The tome unlocks a massive inventory space. It's a huge upgrade from his basic storage, and Noah is already thinking about how many weapons he can hoard. He stops at the edge of a high balcony, the city sprawled out below him like a playground. The scale of Windrest is incredible. It's built in tiers, and the lower you go, the more it looks like a traditional fantasy town. Noah pumps his fist. It's time to finally register as an adventurer and start making a name for himself. But first, wings! A guard helps Noah strap into a pair of massive blue and white feathered gliders. Aurelia, however, is being cautious. She pulls on an enchanted mask that alters her face and voice. Noah thinks she looks like a creepy stalker, but Aurelia isn't playing. She can't risk her old team finding out she's still breathing. They walk to the edge of the launch platform, their gliders heavy on their shoulders. Noah is looking down, feeling a bit of that natural, holy crap, I'm about to jump off a building, instinct kicking in. Aurelia doesn't wait. She tells him to follow when he's ready and steps up to the ledge. Noah gulps, watching her. He's a gamer, sure, but virtual heights don't prepare you for the real deal. Aurelia spreads her wings, looking like a dark angel silhouetted against the bright sky. She dives, just a straight drop into the abyss. Noah's eyes are practically popping out of his head, but then his excitement takes over. If she can do it, he can definitely do it better. The gliders clack into place, the mana stones humming as they prepare to catch the wind. He takes a final few steps, his heart racing in his chest. He looks out over the city one last time before committing to the plunge. He feels light, almost weightless, as the mana from the wings begins to lift him even before he jumps. Okay. Here goes nothing. He throws himself into the air with a massive grin on his face. He's falling! The wind screams in his ears as the ground rushes up to meet him. He pulls the wings open, and for a second he just tumbles through the air like a broken bird while people watch from the side. A girl in the background actually feels sorry for him. This isn't exactly a graceful start. Another guy just looks at him like he's a total amateur. Noah's currently the laughingstock of the sky. He blushes, realizing how awkward this looks. He needs to figure out the controls, and fast. He remembers the guard's instructions. The wings respond to his own mana flow. He focuses, channeling his energy into the glider. Suddenly, the wings catch a thermal and he's soaring! He's screaming with joy. The feeling of raw freedom is like nothing else. Yahoo! He's doing flips and turns, finally getting the hang of the mana steering. Aurelia glides alongside him, her voice muffled by the mask. She admits she missed this feeling. She warns him not to get too distracted. These gliders eat through mana stones, and they'll fall like rocks if they run out. Noah gets that mischievous MC grin on his face. He's got an idea. Last one to the guild treats the winner to dinner! He takes off like a shot. He's laughing as he dives through the city's upper levels, feeling like he's on top of the world. He dodges another flyer, pushing the gliders to their absolute limit. Aurelia isn't letting him win that easily. She pushes her own mana, catching up to him in a blur of speed. Noah sees her gaining and decides to use his secret weapon. He uses Blink mid-air, a flash of light, and he teleports further ahead to maintain his lead. But he forgot one thing. Blink preserves momentum, but it doesn't preserve the structural integrity of thin wooden wings. A loud crack echoes as his glider snaps under the stress. He's falling again, but this time he's not gliding. He's just a rock with feathers. He's screaming every curse word in the book as he spirals toward the lower-tier streets. He uses Blink one last time right before he hits the ground to kill his downward speed. Crash! He slams into a fruit cart, sending apples and watermelons flying everywhere. He groans, sitting up in the wreckage of the cart with a piece of fruit stuck to his head. Well, that's one way to make an entrance. Aurelia lands gracefully nearby, letting out a long, tired sigh. Dealing with Noah is a full-time job. She tells him to get up so they can finally get him registered. Enough playing around. As they walk through an alley, they hear a series of AAH screams and the sound of something heavy slamming into stone. They turn the corner and see a man in a cloak getting absolutely wrecked by a high-level adventurer. Welcome to Windrest, Noah. The real fights are just beginning. A massive shockwave rips through the guild entrance as a body is sent flying like a discarded ragdoll. The poor guy slams into the stone wall with a sickening thud, dropping like a sack of bricks. Standing there is a beast of a man, a blue-scaled dragon man with a temper to match his muscles. He bellows at the guy to stay out of his guild. Aurelia lets out a heavy sigh, facepalming behind her mask. She clearly forgot that the guildmaster here is a complete loose cannon. The dragon man's predatory eyes lock on to Noah, sensing something different about him immediately. Noah keeps his cool, explaining that Aurelia brought him here to register. Aurelia backs him up, hoping to skip the drama. Suddenly, the brute's face lights up. He screams for Nay, his voice booming loud enough to shake the rafters. The sheer volume of the shout has Noah and Aurelia clutching their ears in pain. This guy definitely doesn't have an inside voice. A girl with striking white hair and a sharp green uniform trots out. She looks like a kid, but there's an aura of authority around her. Noah looks down at her, wondering if the guild is short-staffed, but she greets him with a professional, knowing look. She flashes a bright, welcoming smile, telling them to come inside. Finally, some actual hospitality. As they walk in, Noah spots the Dragon Man looming in the background, watching his every move like a hawk. Noah stops dead in his tracks, his eyes widening as he sees the state of the guild's main hall. It looks like a war zone. Half a dozen adventurers are sprawled out on the floor, groaning in pain. Nay hums a little tune, casually explaining that it's sparring day and they've all been training with the guildmaster. One bald adventurer looks like he's seen the afterlife, barely able to mutter a groan from the floor. Noah and Aurelia share a look of pure dread. Training clearly means surviving a natural disaster in this building. They step over the bodies, trying to keep their focus on the task at hand. Nay hops behind the counter and asks if Noah is familiar with the registration process for a new world. Noah shakes his head. He's been winging it since day one. He's got no clue how the legal side of this world works. When Noah asks if she's too young for the job, she laughs it off. She's a half-celestial, meaning she's likely older than his entire family tree. Aurelia chimes in, asking to have her adventurer plate reissued. She claims she lost it during a messy run with her old team, the Iron Fists. Nay doesn't skip a beat, raising a finger as she prepares to access the guild's magical records. She summons a glowing, starlit tome that floats in the air, its pages flipping at light speed. The price for a replacement is 12 F-grade monastones. In this city, identity isn't free. Aurelia drops the stones on the counter without hesitation. She needs that plate if she wants to move freely. She tells Nay she's vouching for Noah. Since he's an outworlder, he's got zero paperwork to his name. Noah starts sweating. In a world of kingdoms and churches, being a man with no country is a quick way to end up in a dungeon. Nay explains that joining the guild is his best bet for freedom. No swearing fealty to a king or paying off a church, just honest work for honest pay. She starts pulling out a mountain of paperwork. They need to create a whole new identity from scratch. She slides a form over, offering to read it aloud if the local script is too confusing for him. Noah's system kicks in, translating the text into a clear digital screen. It's a magically binding contract. Standard "We own your soul" fine print. Nay tells him to take his time, but Noah's already scanned the highlights. He's ready to sign his life away. They move to a private room for the final step. Nay's tone gets serious as she asks for his name and age one more time. Noah places his hand on a glowing ritual stone. "Noah Brown, 24, he states firmly. Then comes the million-dollar question. Are you involved with the 3 cults? Noah answers with a flat no. The stone hums with a pale light. Nay's eyes narrow as she watches the reaction. She calls him out instantly. That's a half-truth, she says. The stone doesn't lie, and Noah's heart skips a beat. Noah realizes he can't hide the past. He explains he was summoned as a sacrifice by the cultists. He goes into detail about killing the cultists to free Aurelia, and then wiping out their experiment in the mines. That's his only involvement, as their executioner. The stone glows with a pure, honest light. He's cleared. Nay moves on to the next phase of the interrogation. She asks if he's an ally or a foe to the people. Noah's answer is pure gamer logic. He's a neutral party who's down to help for the right price. She brings up a holographic list of forbidden paths. Necromancers and flesh grafters aren't exactly welcome at the local tavern. Noah scans the list and confirms he's clean. He's almost through the red tape, but a heavy presence enters the room. A bell chimes as the door swings open. It's the Dragon Man again, and he's been eavesdropping on the whole conversation. He looms over Noah, his sheer size making the room feel like a closet. "You're the Outworlder? I take it?" He grins, flashing rows of razor-sharp teeth. He's only met 2 others like Noah, and he's clearly excited for number 3. He introduces himself as Razar Drakan, the Guildmaster. He offers a handshake that feels like sticking your hand in a bear trap. Razar grips Noah's shoulder with a clawed hand, his grin widening. "Good!" he bellows. Before Noah can even blink, Razar hoists him into the air like a toddler. "Time for your combat evaluation!" Nay just watches with a look of pity, apologizing as her boss goes into meathead mode. Razar sprints through the hallway, Noah dangling helplessly under his arm as they move toward the training grounds. He yells for Nay to get the field ready. He's not interested in paperwork anymore, he wants to see what Noah is made of. Noah is screaming as he's hauled through the air, realizing his neutral status is about to be tested by a dragon's fist. The command rings out through the guild. The training field is live, and the evaluation is about to get violent. Noah is still mid-air, flailing as Razar prepares to deliver him to the arena floor, the hard way. Thud, Raysar slams Noah into the stone tiles, the impact cracking the floor and sending a cloud of dust into the air. Raysar just watches, a bored look on his face as Noah struggles to breathe. He's not even trying yet. Noah is crumpled in a crater, every bone in his body screaming. Ow! Doesn't even begin to cover it. Raysar beckons him forward with a smirk. Show me what you got, boy! He's looking for a spark, not a victim. Noah stands up, looking a bit chibi and overwhelmed. This was supposed to be a registration, not a fight for his life. A crowd of adventurers has gathered on the balcony, cheering and hollering. They love seeing a newcomer get hazed by the boss. Raysar claps his hands, unimpressed by Noah's initial attempts at movement. He knows Noah has tricks up his sleeve, and he wants to see them. Noah's hands are trembling as he grips his dagger. He's bleeding, he's tired, and he's starting to get pissed off. Ding! His lifeblood skill activates. His eyes glow a predatory red as his survival instincts take the wheel. Raysar notices the change in Noah's aura. Now we're talking. The real fight starts now. Raysar roars, mana crackling around him like blue lightning. He's demanding Noah show him more than just a glowing set of eyes. Noah stands tall, dark purple energy swirling around him. He's done being the dragon's punching bag. He lunges forward in a blur, swinging his blade with everything he's got. He uses blink, disappearing and reappearing in a flash, trying to find a gap in the Dragon Man's ironclad defense. He pushes his mana to the limit, a glowing blue circle appearing as he tries to force a portal open. Raysar just tilts his head, a massive shockwave of wind nearly blowing Noah off his feet. Raysar catches Noah's blade with his bare claws, looking genuinely impressed. Void powers and healing? You're interesting, kid. Noah tries to slip behind him, but Raysar is way faster than a man that size has any right to be. Noah's hand is empty. His blade was just snatched right out of his grip. Before he can react, Raysar has him by the collar. Noah's face is a mask of pure shock as he's hoisted up again. He's staring into the abyss of Raysar's shadowed eyes, realizing the gap in their power is a literal mountain. Raysar gives him some mid-fight advice. A dagger is too short for a guy with teleportation. He needs a spear to add some range to his gimmicks. Noah blinks away, creating distance as he tries to process the tip while his lungs are still burning. He realizes Raysar is right. If he had more reach, he could have landed a hit during that last blink. Raysar tosses Noah's dagger back like it's a piece of trash. Was that all you had? Noah catches it, landing on one knee. He's panting, his body reaching its limit, but his mind is still working. Raysar clenches his fist, a dark blue aura flaring up. My turn, he growls. He gives Noah the come-on sign. He's about to stop teaching and start attacking. Noah holds up a finger, asking for a few moments to prepare. He needs to adjust his inventory, gamer style. Raysar laughs, actually finding the request charming. He points to a waiting chamber and tells Noah to take his time. Noah bolts into the room, the heavy iron doors slamming shut behind him with a loud blom. He leans against the door, taking a shaky breath. He's alive, but barely. It's time for a change of plans. He brings up his system screen. He's got that legendary tome from his last quest, and it's time to use it. He pulls out the massive black book, its golden center glowing with untapped potential. The system asks if he wants to use the Tome of Dimensional Pocket. It's a legendary tier item, and Noah doesn't hesitate. Ding! The tome reacts with his current inventory. It's an ability evolution. The two are fusing together. His Dimensional Pocket hits level 1. It's no longer just a digital backpack, it's a pocket dimension woven into his very soul. Raysar bangs on the door, shouting for him to come out. Noah's eyes go cold. In a minute, he mutters. He spots a decorative vase sitting in the corner. The perfect test subject, he thinks. He activates the skill. A glowing blue circle surrounds the vase, sucking it into the astral void. It's working! He can feel the vase's presence in his pocket dimension, as if it were in his actual pocket. He calls it back to his hand. The vase teleports instantly into his grip. This is a game changer. He pushes the vase back through a portal, testing the speed and precision of the teleportation. He's grinning like a madman. He can teleport objects now! Imagine throwing a rock and having it appear behind someone's head. The iron doors burst open as Raysar kicks his way in, impatient for the second round. Are you ready? Raysar asks, his shadow looming over Noah. Noah just looks up with a confident smirk. Yes. Raysar enters the arena, his stance loose but lethal. He's ready to see if Noah's prep time actually did anything. They face off in the center of the training hall. The atmosphere is thick with tension. Raysar lays out the final rule, land a single blow on him, and Noah passes the test. Just one. Raysar's aura explodes into a terrifying blue flame. He isn't holding back anymore. My turn! Noah and Aurelia are both wide-eyed. The sheer pressure of Raysar's mana is like a physical weight pressing down on their chests. Raysar dashes forward, moving so fast he leaves a crater where he was standing just a millisecond ago. He's gone! Noah is left staring at an empty spot, the dust still swirling in the air. Noah's eyes dart around, his Void Hunter's eye trying to track a speed that defies logic. Behind you. Raysar's voice is right in his ear, cold and triumphant. Noah doesn't panic. He triggers multiple teleportation circles all around Raysar's head. Stab! Multiple blades erupt from the circles, striking Raysar from every angle at once. Raysar just grins through the attack. He's barely scratched, but he's impressed. You won. Good match. He offers a hand to Noah, his boisterous attitude returning. He recognizes a winner when he sees one. He hauls Noah to his feet, and Nay announces to the entire guild that Noah Brown has officially passed his evaluation. The crowd goes wild! Noah's journey as a registered adventurer finally begins. But how did he actually land that hit? Let's rewind. Back during the climax of the fight, Raysar's massive fist was inches from Noah's face. Noah's eyes were focused, his mind working 1,000 times faster than his body. He used a blink mid-fall, barely dodging a kick that would have shattered his ribs. He blinked again, trying to stay out of Raysar's reach, but the Dragon Man was always one step ahead. Raysar let out a roar, his physical dominance over the arena absolute. Noah was pinned! Raysar's massive claw was coming down, and Noah let out a cursed shit blood. A lethal-looking strike connects, but wait! Noah blocked it with Tony! Raysar's claws are dug deep into Noah's demonic arm, but Noah isn't letting go. He's got the dragon right where he wants him. Raysar tries to sweep Noah's legs, keeping the pressure on the newcomer. He's curious about the void arm, asking Noah if he killed a humanoid beast to graft it on. He's actually nerding out over Noah's biology. Noah is gasping for air, pinned under Raysar's foot. He can't breathe, let alone answer questions about his arm. Noah's body is trembling, but a dark purple mist begins to rise from his skin. A massive foam of dark energy erupts. Noah is tapping into the deepest reserves of the Voidborn Pact. Raysar is caught off guard. Huh? He wasn't expecting this level of raw, chaotic power from an F-ranker. Oh no, you don't! Noah's voice is a distorted growl as the dark energy flares up like a supernova. He flips the situation, using the energy to throw Raysar off him and gain a second of breathing room. Noah stands up, snarling. He calls Raysar's style amateurish, which is a bold move for a guy who just got stomped. Raysar just laughs, his aura expanding to restrain Noah's movement once again. He's got total control over the gravity of the room. He mocks Noah's dimensional pocket, telling him that while it has weight, Noah clearly doesn't know how to use it yet. Hey! What the? Raysar's eyes bulge. The system just pinged, 1x leather pants obtained. The entire guild hall goes silent. Noah just used his dimensional pocket to steal the guildmaster's pants mid-fight. Even Raysar has to admit it, that was crafty. He's actually starting to like this kid. But the fight isn't over! Raysar lunges again, demanding Noah show him even more. Noah throws his dagger, but Raysar swats it away like a fly. The world goes white as the intensity of the fight reaches a boiling point. Noah blinks behind Raysar, another blade already in his hand. He's relentless. He activates the dimensional pocket again, his eyes glowing with a desperate tactical light. He's falling, but he's not aiming for a strike. He's aiming for a distraction. Inside his mind, Noah enters the strategy room. He sees the floating objects in his inventory and starts a new plan. Okay, Noah, time to think, he tells himself. He can't outmuscle this guy, so he has to outgamer him. How do you hit someone who's faster, stronger, and more skilled? You don't fight fair. He spots a jar of black coal and rocks in his storage. Of course! A devious smile spreads across his face. He grabs the jar, preparing to unleash its contents through a portal. Raysar shouts that Noah is playing dirty, but in a real fight, dirty is just another word for smart. Noah teleports the jar directly above Raysar's head, shattering it in a rain of black soot and sharp stones. My EEs! Raysar bellows as the grit hits him full force. The Dragon Man is blinded! Noah doesn't waste a second. He opens 6 portals around the blinded giant. He starts rapid-firing everything in his inventory through the holes. Ack! Raysar is bombarded by a hail of rocks, jars, and whatever else Noah had lying around. It's a literal storm of junk. Noah's mana bar is flashing red. Low mana. He's got one shot left. Not now. Not now. He blinks through one of the portals, a blade held in a reverse grip. He's aiming for the gap in the scales, his eyes locked on the target. Not so fast. Raysar's hand shoots out, grabbing Noah's leg with pinpoint accuracy even while blind. He flips Noah over his shoulder, the momentum of the strike completely neutralized. Noah slams into the floor with a bone-jarring thud. Raysar wipes the soot from his eyes. Nice try. They end up nose to nose on the floor, both of them breathing hard. Noah failed the final strike, but he stole the boss's pants and blinded a legend. In Raysar's book, that's more than enough to pass. Welcome to the guild, kid. Power always comes with a price tag, and this spear is looking to charge in blood. The merchant makes it clear. This isn't just a weapon, it's a death sentence. He grips the wrapped spear tight, explaining that it's infested with crimson rot. There's no cure, and it'll eat the wielder from the inside out. Noah doesn't even flinch. He knows the risks, but in a world this dangerous, you either get the best gear or you get buried. The merchant insists that without massive rot resistance, touching this thing is suicide. Our boy just gets that look in his eye, the one that says he's about to break the rules again. Noah flashes a confident smirk, holding up his demonic left arm. He's thinking that if any part of him can handle a curse, it's Tony. The merchant isn't convinced, warning that the rot could melt that prosthetic arm just as easily as flesh. He starts to pull the deal off the table. He's got a conscience, and he doesn't want Noah's death on his hands. Noah's face drops. He finally found a weapon that fits his void aesthetic, and now he's getting ghosted by the shopkeeper. He tries one last plea, claiming he has special traits that make him the perfect candidate for a cursed spear. Aurelia steps in, her presence commanding the room. She's tired of the back and forth and tells the merchant to just let him have the damn thing. Later, as they walk through the temple of the goddess of wind, Aurelia explains that the little spirits floating around are wind elementals. One of the tiny elementals floats right up to Noah. He tries to be friendly, asking the little guy if he wants to be friends. Comp! The elemental bites his finger hard. So much for the warm welcome. The little spirit flies off laughing, calling him Stinkman because the void energy on his skin smells like garbage to them. Noah is offended, but Aurelia can't hide her shock. She's never heard of an elemental actually speaking to a human like that. She loses it, laughing at the fact that a spirit of nature just told our boy he needs a shower. Noah's vibing in a state of pure ugh. He's a world-traveling badass, but his biggest enemy today is his own body odor. They look up at the architecture, Aurelia pointing out the symbols of Avera, the local deity. In the center of the hall, a massive, swirling blue vortex hums with power. It's an astral rift leading straight to the wind plane. As Noah stares into the portal, the little elemental zips back, calling out to the Stinkman once more. It asks if he wants to see home. It seems the goddess's familiar might actually find Noah's stench interesting. Noah looks at the vortex, feeling a strange pull. He's always been one to dive headfirst into the unknown. The title card drops, Rise of the Devourer. The real high-stakes exploration is about to begin.
Action credits, short break in the action.
Back in the shop, Aurelia explains that she's seen Noah recover from lethal necrotoxins. He's basically walking poison at this point, so the spear is a perfect match. She whispers a dark truth. If the merchant doesn't sell it, Noah will probably just teleport in at night and take it anyway. The merchant's face pales as he imagines Noah's creepy gamer laugh echoing in his bedroom while he steals the inventory. A teleportation ability? The merchant realizes he's dealing with a high-level freak of nature. He gives in, but sets the price at 8 D-grade mana stones. Noah, being a true gamer, immediately tries to haggle him down to 5. The merchant stands his ground, and Noah finally coughs up the glowing purple stones. A fair trade for a spear that can rot a castle. Noah isn't done shopping. He asks for a skill tome for spear proficiency. He's not about to go into battle looking like a total amateur. The merchant is so done with Noah's personality that he throws in some free clothes just to get him out of the shop faster. Ding! Noah just landed an uncommon intermediate spear proficiency tome. He flips through the book, the knowledge flowing directly into his brain. This is way faster than actual practice. His proficiency starts at level 10 immediately. The merchant watches, stunned by how fast this outworlder learns. They shake hands on the deal. The merchant offers to buy the spear back if Noah survives, but for a much lower price, obviously. Noah walks out looking like a brand new man. The open-chested black coat gives him that main character energy he's been missing. Aurelia eyes the spear, asking if he wants to test it out now. Noah's a tactical guy. He'd rather save the surprise for someone who deserves it. He pulls out his status screen, satisfied with the new gear. It's time to find some real trouble. Aurelia suggests visiting the astral rift in the castle. Noah has no idea what she's talking about, but if there's a glowing portal, he's in. She explains it's a tear in reality leading to the wind astral plane. It's one of the wonders of Windrest. They head toward the castle, the sun setting and bathing the stone streets in a warm golden glow. Noah looks like he's walking a red carpet. The new drip is definitely working for him. High above, the city tiers look like a dream. Noah wishes they could have stayed to watch the bard show a little longer. Aurelia isn't having it. She calls him out for flirting with the local herbalist instead of focusing on the mission. She gives him a death glare that would make a dragon sweat. "I'm not letting you wander off anymore," she warns. Noah insists she was just a cute girl, but Aurelia drops the truth bomb. She was a professional thief who uses special herbs to knock tourists out. She paints a vivid picture: Noah, robbed blind and left naked in an alley. Our boy's ego takes a massive hit. He tries to act tough, claiming alcohol doesn't even affect him, but he's clearly embarrassed he almost got played. Aurelia just looks at him with pure disappointment. "What is wrong with you?" her face says. They reach the upper district where the governor lives. The architecture here is next level, towering spires that touch the clouds. They walk past the elite guards, the atmosphere getting more formal with every step. The cathedral looms over them, a masterpiece of white marble and stained glass. This is the Church of Avera, the local goddess of wind and knowledge. It's the spiritual heart of the city. Aurelia mentions the goddess herself opened the rift. Noah's mind is blown. He didn't know gods could just rip holes in reality for fun. Aurelia shrugs. Usually rifts are wild and dangerous, but this one is tame, because a deity is babysitting it. Noah asks if the goddess actually lives here. Aurelia says she appears often, and if they're lucky, they might get an audience today. She warns him to show some respect and cut out the stupid jokes. Noah takes offense. "How old do you think I am, 4?" Aurelia's imagination kicks in, seeing Noah throw a toddler tantrum over his spear. She can't help but let out a little snort of laughter. Noah pouts, but his attention is quickly snatched by a sudden gust of cold, magical wind. More wind elementals swirl around them. They're everywhere in this part of the city, acting like floating security cameras. Noah is fascinated. He realizes he's not just in a city, he's in a place where the barrier between worlds is paper thin. She goes on a rant, claiming Noah must have been dropped on his head as a baby to think jumping into a rift was a smart move. The portal hums, a swirling blue eye of pure energy. The tiny spirit beckons him, promising to show him the home of the winds. The vortex surges, the power radiating from it making the air vibrate with a low, heavy thrum. Noah turns to Aurelia, stunned. He's being invited in by a literal spirit of the plane. This is a once-in-a-lifetime event. Aurelia warned him that if he goes in, his body will likely be shredded into mana. It's a silly way to die, she notes dryly. Noah doesn't care about the risk. He holds out his hand to her. "Hold on tight," he says, "we're going in." Before she can even protest, Noah uses blink, a flash of blue light, and they vanish from the safety of the church. They blip right into the heart of the rift, the world outside disappearing into a blur of mana. "They're falling!" The transition is a chaotic tunnel of rainbows and raw power that threatens to tear their minds apart. Noah and Aurelia are tumbling through the astral slipstream, screaming as the gravity of Arandir is replaced by the weightlessness of the void. The pressure is intense, their forms flickering like a bad digital signal as they cross the threshold between planes. They're headed straight for a blinding white light at the end of the tunnel. Noah's eyes are wide, his gamer brain trying to process the data of an entire universe rushing past his face. They see a series of glowing blue doors floating in the void. One of them swings open, and a friendly spirit waves them inside. They hit the whoosh of the doorway, the light becoming too bright to bear. The world resets. The chaotic colors fade into a deep, regal purple and blue. Ding! The system welcomes him to the wind astral plane. They land on a plush red carpet with a heavy ow! Aurelia is furious, hovering over him like a storm cloud. "What have you done?" she yells, while Noah just groans from the floor. A calm, melodious voice cuts through the tension. "Welcome," it says. They aren't alone in this dimension. Sitting on a massive golden throne is a woman of impossible beauty. She's tall, elegant, and draped in the finest white silks. The detail on her outfit is insane: gold embroidery, peacock feathers, and an aura that feels like a gentle summer breeze. Aurelia's anger vanishes instantly. She recognizes that presence. She's standing before a literal goddess. Noah tries to use identify, but all he gets is a row of question marks. Some beings are simply too high level for his system to read. The goddess laughs, a sound like silver bells. She finds it hilarious that a mortal would even try to stat check a deity. She calls him Noah by name. "Our boy is spooked. He hasn't even introduced himself yet." Aurelia hisses at him to watch his manners. She's the goddess of knowledge, after all. She knows his name, his past, and probably what he had for breakfast 3 years ago. She takes a slow sip of glowing golden wine, watching them like they're the most entertaining things she's seen in centuries. Aurelia practically tackles Noah, forcing his head down into a deep bow. She's terrified his outworlder attitude is going to get them erased. She calls him an idiot for following the spirit, but the goddess just smiles. She's far from offended. She explains that the gate is open for spirits to travel, but she never actually expected a human to have the guts or the stupidity to jump through. The little wind elemental whispers something in the goddess's ear, giggling as it does. She mentions that the spirit thinks Noah is interesting. Aurelia quickly clarifies, he's not interesting, he's just lost and stupid. Aurelia mutters that Noah must have been dropped on his head as a kid, which just makes the goddess laugh more. The goddess tells her to relax. She knows it wasn't entirely Noah's fault. There are bigger forces at play here. She looks at Noah's demonic arm, noting that fate pulled him here. Or rather, the thing he's carrying with him did. "My, you do stink of void," she says with a snap of her fingers. Time for a celestial cleaning. A massive burst of magical water erupts from nowhere, drenching Noah in a column of pure mana. Noah is completely submerged, his eyes wide in the rushing blue torrent. When the water vanishes, he's totally dry. He's confused as hell, checking his chest and wondering why his clothes aren't soaked. The goddess floats down, explaining she washed away the muck he's picked up, especially the void residue from his little parasite. She reaches out, her hand glowing with a soft, inviting light. She wants to see his new toy. Noah closes his eyes, feeling the sheer weight of her divine presence as she draws closer. She pulls the red spear out of his inventory like she's picking a flower. To her, this legendary weapon is just a relic of the past. She recognizes it immediately. This spear belonged to the Scarlet Valkyries, an elite order of warriors from a bygone age. She notes it's been tainted with crimson rot. She looks Noah dead in the eye and asks, "Has Raylina returned to us at last?" Noah is totally lost. He asks who this Raylina person is and what his spear has to do with her. Aurelia speaks up, remembering the old legends. Raylina was the ancient goddess of war who vanished long ago. The goddess of knowledge confirms it. Raylina led the most valiant Valkyries, and this spear was one of their primary weapons. She drops a bombshell. "You have actually met her, Noah." She points out the teat mark on his soul. Noah's mind flashes to a memory. A woman in golden armor whispering, "I'm sorry," and "thank you" in a dark void. He sees a vision of her gripping a glowing crystal to her chest, her face full of tragic resolve. The memory is hazy, but the feeling of her gratitude still lingers in his heart. He tries to grasp the memory, but it slips through his fingers like sand. He knows he met her, but the details are locked away. The goddess gives him a knowing smile. She can see the gears turning in his head. She wraps the spear back up and hands it back. She tells him that if he's here, it means the war goddess is returning. He needs to find her and deliver a message. Aurelia steps forward, seeing an opportunity. If this goddess knows everything, maybe she can help them with their main problem. She asks about the Abyssal Cult, what they're up to and how they've managed to infiltrate the Adventurers Guild. The goddess's tone shifts. "Knowledge is wealth," she says coldly. She doesn't part with her secrets for free. "Besides," she adds, "the void protects the cultists. Even she can't see through the shade of that dark energy from her throne." However, she offers a deal. She has a vast library of books and items, including earth relics like rock music recordings. The price is simple: knowledge for knowledge. Noah must tell her something she doesn't already know. Noah and Aurelia both stop to think, what could an outworlder possibly know that a literal goddess doesn't? Suddenly, a light bulb goes off. "Ha! I know!" Noah's got that devious MC grin back on his face. He leans in and whispers into the goddess's ear. Her eyes widen, and her face actually flushes a bit. "Is that true? My poor heart!" Whatever he told her was juicy enough to satisfy her hunger for knowledge. She agrees to the deal instantly. Noah is hyped. They've officially been granted free roam of the palace and access to the ultimate library of the world. She gives them one final warning. Do not disturb Vati if they find him. The goddess's familiar isn't as friendly as she is. As they walk away, Aurelia is dying to know what he told her. Noah just laughs. It was Earth celebrity gossip. Turns out, even gods love a good scandal. It's Ol. The journey into the archives begins. Noah turns around and comes face to face with a massive blue peacock. This must be Vati, the familiar Avera warned them about. Noah is buried in books, the massive library of Avera feeling like his natural habitat. He's been reading for hours, looking for anything to help him master the spear. Suddenly, he feels a twitch in his arm. "Tony's waking up!" he yells, looking excited to see his partner again. Noah stretches out, greeting his demonic arm like an old friend. "Did you have a good nap?" he asks with a huge grin. Tony lets out a yawn from the red eye on the wrist. Noah pats the arm, telling it that nothing too interesting happened while it was out. But Noah has a surprise. He's been thinking about how to make Tony more versatile. He pulls out a magical ring and explains his plan. He wants Tony to be able to move around independently of his arm. He slides the ring onto a black claw. "Do you think you can inhabit this?" he asks, his eyes full of anticipation. Tony pulses with dark energy. It's a yes. The black mass starts to flow and ripple like liquid shadows. Swoosh! The energy of the abyssal parasite begins to detach from Noah's shoulder, funneling itself into the small ring. A blinding red light erupts as the soul of the parasite merges with the magical jewelry. The light fades, leaving a stark black ring on Noah's hand. "Wow! You did it!" he cheers. The tiny red eye opens right in the center of the ring. It looks around, confused but seemingly okay. Noah is cackling with glee. This is the coolest familiar he's ever had. He checks in, making sure Tony is feeling all right after being condensed into such a small space. "Could you try detaching the ring?" he asks. He wants to see if this metamorphosis skill is the real deal. Tony gets an idea. A light bulb literally pops up over the red eye. The ring starts to bulk up, the black material expanding and shaping itself into something new. With a sharp clench, the mass takes form. Wings sprout, and a tiny body begins to wiggle. It's a single-eyed bat! It's tiny, it's red-winged, and honestly, it's kind of cute. Noah is absolutely smitten. The bat Tony flies circles around his head, sparkling with magical energy. This is a massive utility upgrade. Ding! The system goes crazy. Noah just hit level 10 in his summon ability, unlocking the full metamorphosis path. His stats are through the roof. His agility is at 77, and his mystic power just hit a staggering 90. He's becoming a powerhouse. He's stunned by how much Astral Walker leveled up just by hanging out in this plane. He goes back to the shelves, looking for one specific thing: how to survive the Crimson Rot. "Stinky Man!" That high-pitched voice echoes through the library. Noah knows exactly who that is. The wind elemental zooms in, telling him its mother likes him now, so he's less stinky. Noah's not sure if that's a compliment. The little spirit starts dancing around, singing tralala, and promising to show him something even cooler than a library. Noah follows the trail of petals and light, curious about where this little guide is leading him. He stops at a high balcony, looking out over a courtyard he didn't see before. Another blue rift hums in the air, this one smaller and more localized. Noah thinks a little walk won't hurt. He steps through the shimmering veil without a second thought. His boot hits a floor of solid light. He stepped into a hidden pocket of the palace. He finds himself in a massive glass greenhouse, filled with lush green grass and flowing water. In the center is a magnificent fountain, its water glowing with a soft, ethereal light. Elementals are playing in the spray, their laughter echoing like chimes. Noah approaches the basin, captivated by the purity of the mana here. The tiny spirit gives him a big hi as it dives into the water. Plop! Noah leans over the edge, looking deep into the pool. His jaw drops. No way! He can see an entire city built beneath the water's surface. It's another world, a subplane of the astral realm that looks more advanced than anything on the surface. "I would not do that if I were you," a stern, booming voice says from behind him. Noah turns around and finds himself staring at a giant, majestic peacock with cold, golden eyes. Vati looms over him, his eyes sharp and unforgiving. "What are you doing here, mortal?" Noah tries to be polite, explaining he was granted access by Avera. He's doing his best to show respect, just like Aurelia said. Vati scoffs, annoyed that Avera is pulling in mortals again. He clearly doesn't share her fascination with humans. He sniffs the air, recoiling. "You reek of the void and crimson," he growls. He sees Noah as a walking disaster, but then his eyes narrow. He sees the strings of fate wrapped around Noah. Perhaps it wasn't her fault you're here then. Noah is confused. Is fate literally guiding me? He asks. Vati explains that fate simply dictates the possibilities. In a world of infinite choices, some paths are just more likely than others. He notes that Noah has strong ties to this plane. Our boy's path was always going to lead him to Avera's doorstep. Vati's patience is wearing thin. He tells Noah to leave before he gets really angry and warns him never to come back to the Wind Realm. Noah bows, but he's got one more question. He's not leaving without the info he needs. He asks about the spear. He's been searching for a way to use it without dying from the rot. He holds the weapon out, the red mist curling around his hands. He hasn't found any cure in the books. Vati blunt, there is no cure. Potions and healing magic only act as fuel that makes the rot grow faster. Noah's face goes serious. So what should I do then? Vati's advice is hardcore. Bond with the spirit inside. Let the crimson rot run wild within you. If Noah can win over the spirit and prove he's the master, the rot will stop killing him and start serving him. The system pings. Of Crimson N. It's a growth-type weapon, meaning its power is linked to Noah's own evolution. Noah smiles. A dangerous, risky path? That's exactly what he was hoping for. He grips the spear tight, the red energy beginning to thunk against his own aura. I call myself a risk-taker, he mutters. He's ready to bet his life on this power-up. Vati watches, intrigued. He promises to remember this moment, whether Noah lives or dies. The ritual begins. Thanks, Noah says, his eyes glowing red as he prepares to let the rot in. Ding! The rot is trying to apply a cancer debuff, but Noah's skill negates it instantly. His body is a battlefield. His max health is dropping by 5% every minute. It's a race against time. The system asks, do you wish to bond? Yes. A massive whoosh of dark red energy swallows him whole. Here we go, he yells into the void. He wakes up in a mental world. He's standing on the surface of a literal ocean of blood. Skeletons and bones litter the Red Sea as far as the eye can see. This is the Crimson End, the graveyard of everyone the spear has ever killed. Noah looks around, feeling the heavy, suffocating weight of the spirits here. What is this place? His eyes lock onto a presence in the distance. He can feel the spear's core watching him. And you, what are you? He screams into the red sky. The fight for his life isn't against a monster this time, it's against his own weapon. The mental dive begins, and Noah finds himself standing on a literal lake of blood. The scale of the carnage is insane. Thousands of bodies float in the red tide, victims of the spear's past. Through the haze, a lone figure emerges, a warrior woman holding the very weapon Noah's trying to claim. Noah doesn't hesitate, shouting out a challenge as he readies himself for the fight of his life. He demands to know what she is, but the spirit doesn't seem interested in talking. Her eyes glow with a lethal red light, her face partially covered by a corruption that looks like hardened blood. In a blur of motion, she vanishes, leaving only a trail of red energy behind. Noah realizes this is the Scarlet Valkyrie remnant, the physical manifestation of the spear's will. She's a high-level threat, and before Noah can even breathe, she's already swung her spear in a wide, lethal arc. A massive wave of red energy tears through the blood lake as she launches a projected strike. Our boy triggers blink just in time, his silhouette flickering as the spear tip whistles past his ear. The impact behind him is massive, detonating the lake in a pillar of blood and debris. Noah skids across the surface, his eyes locked on her, trying to find an opening in her perfect stance. He's sweating. The pressure coming off this woman is unlike anything he's felt since the dragon. Suddenly, the blood beneath him surges upward, trying to snag his feet and pull him down. The Valkyrie flips through the air with a grace that's honestly terrifying, her spear spinning like a propeller. She slams the weapon down, creating a vortex of fire and blood that lights up the entire dark sky. Noah's eyes widen in disbelief as he realizes she's not just using the spear, she's manipulating the entire environment. She raises her hand, and dozens of ethereal spears materialize in the air, all aimed directly at Noah's heart. With a sharp swish, the spears rain down like a deadly volley of arrows. Noah curses, spamming blink as fast as his mana allows, narrowly dodging death by inches. The spears impact the lake with a rhythmic whack, turning the area into a chaotic minefield of explosions. He's moving so fast he's just a blur, but the Valkyrie is already predicting his next position. She dashes forward, her feet barely touching the blood, closing the gap in a heartbeat. With a roar, she thrusts the spear forward, the air screaming as it breaks the sound barrier. Noah blinks directly behind her, aiming for a surprise counterattack, but she's already turning. Our boy swings his own weapon with everything he's got, the red shaft vibrating from the sheer force. Saklak! He actually lands a hit, but as her blood splatters on him, it burns like concentrated acid. The Valkyrie doesn't even flinch, swinging her elbow back to smash Noah's ribs. She leaps back, her spear glowing with a golden holy light that contrasts the dark blood around them. Another massive explosion rocks the landscape, and Noah is forced to retreat as the ground itself shatters. He realizes that if he hadn't moved when he did, that single strike would have ended his journey right then and there. The Valkyrie starts spinning her spear again, the dark energy around it forming a terrifying drill. Noah grits his teeth and charges back in, a crazy smirk growing on his face. He loves this kind of challenge. "Catch this!" he yells, throwing a tactical distraction as he prepares his next big move. For a split second, the Valkyrie's expression shifts to one of genuine surprise. Stab! Noah drives his weapon through her shoulder, the red energy erupting from the point of impact. He follows up with a series of high-speed slashes, his movements becoming more fluid as he adapts to her style. But the lake responds to her pain, the blood swirling into a protective cocoon around the warrior. With a massive Brassus HH, she bursts out of the cocoon, her power level seemingly doubling. Noah prepares a magic circle, his hand glowing with the blue light of the astral script. He manages to grab her from behind, pinning her arms as he tries to force a bond. She screams in rage, the sound vibrating through Noah's very soul as he holds on for dear life. A massive shockwave clears the area, the force of their struggle creating a temporary vacuum in the bloodscape. Noah is sent flying, but he manages to stick the landing, his eyes never leaving his target. He spins his spear, the wind whistling through the blades as he prepares for the final exchange. Whack! The weapons collide with enough force to crack the mental world itself. For a moment, everything goes white as the two powers cancel each other out. Noah stands tall, panting heavily, while the Valkyrie remnant finally starts to falter, her knees hitting the red water. She glares at him, the red corruption on her face pulsing with a frantic, dying light. Suddenly, she lets out one last, desperate burst of energy, a scream of GAAH echoing through the void. Noah realizes she's trying to overload the spear's core to take them both out. A massive coom shakes the world as the energy detonates, sent Noah tumbling backward through the blood. He hits the surface with a heavy thud, his body aching and his mana reserves dangerously low. As he tries to stand, he sees something terrifying. The Valkyrie isn't dying, she's healing. The blood from the lake flows into her wounds, sealing them up as the golden energy around her turns into a dark, rot-like mist. She stands up, her voice a hollow, haunting echo as she commands him to keep fighting. A single drop of blood falls from her eye like a tear, but her expression is one of pure, unadulterated fury. She dashes again, her speed now surpassing anything Noah can track with his naked eye. "Damn you!" Noah yells, forcing his body to move past its limits as their spears clash in a rapid-fire sequence. Clank, clank, clank! The sound of metal on metal is like a drumbeat of war as they trade dozens of blows per second. She's a blur of red and gold, and Noah is barely holding her off, his trench coat getting shredded by her near misses. With a powerful thwack, she knocks his guard aside and prepares for a killing blow. Sach cluck! The spear tip pierces Noah's side, and he coughs up a spray of dark blood. His HUD flashes red, his HP has plummeted to 23%, and his max health is being permanently capped at 80%. Thinking fast, Noah triggers a teleportation circle at his feet, the blue light glowing with desperation. With a sharp zing, he vanishes just as her spear thrusts through the space where his heart was a millisecond ago. He reappears high in the air, falling toward the blood lake as he tries to catch his breath. "Here goes," he mutters, channeling the last of his mana into a forbidden void technique. A massive magic circle forms in the sky, pulsating with a dark, hungry purple light. Shach cluck! He dives down like a meteor, his spear piercing the Valkyrie right through the chest. A notification pops up. He's finally inflicted the true status on the spirit. Noah grins, blood dripping from his chin, as he tells her he's finally got her right where he wants her. The screen fades to the title, Rise Off the Devourer. The credits roll over a backdrop of the bloody lake, but the battle is far from over. We pick up right where we left off, with Noah's spear buried deep in the Valkyrie's chest, as the bleed effect takes hold. He's looking like a total menace, standing over her with that "I've already won" smirk on his face. Noah triggers Exsanguinator, Blood Rain, the blood from the lake rising up to heal his wounds while draining hers. But something's wrong. His max health is dropping even further. The crimson rot is starting to eat him from the inside. He blinks forward to end it, his silhouette a jagged blue spark against the red horizon. The Valkyrie roars, her spear swinging in a desperate wide arc that misses Noah by a hair's breadth. She grabs his spear with her bare hands, the metal sizzling as she tries to rip it away from him. They're locked in a brutal test of strength, their faces inches apart as they growl at each other. In a move of pure desperation, she leans in and bites Noah's shoulder, tearing away a chunk of flesh. Teach whack, teach whack, teach whack! They devolve into a messy physical brawl, throwing haymakers while their spears are locked together. Blood drips into the lake with a steady drip-drip, each ripple representing Noah's fading life force. He checks his stats again. His face goes pale as he realizes the attrition is killing him faster than she is. He doubles down on Blood Rain, a massive spiral of gore swirling around them as he tries to force the win. She looks at him with genuine horror, asking what kind of monster could possibly be this persistent. Noah just grunts and leaps forward, his foot kicking off the red water with a sharp leap. She fires another volley of spears, but Noah weaves through them like he's playing a bullet hell game. He slams his weapon down with a final burst of energy, the impact sending out a shockwave of red fire. The Valkyrie's spear finally snaps, the wood splintering into 1,000 tiny pieces. She stands there, disarmed and vulnerable, as Noah prepares his final strike. She tries to shield herself with her arms, but her movements are slow and heavy from the blood loss. "Jello H!" she screams, as Noah's strike sends her tumbling across the blood lake. A new notification appears. Activated. Noah's power spikes as he enters a berserker state. He curses her out, calling her a healing piece of shit, as he launches himself for the finish. He dashes with such force that the blood lake splits behind him like he's a speedboat. "Th whack!" He slams the blunt end of his spear into her gut, folding her in half. Noah's inner monologue is racing. He knows if this doesn't end in the next 10 seconds, he's a dead man. He uses Blink to create a circle of afterimages, confusing her as he prepares a multi-directional strike. The system warns him of low mana, the blue text flashing like a siren in his vision. He pulls out an F-rank mana stone and crunches it between his teeth, instantly refilling his reserves. Blink! 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 He's everywhere at once, a blue ghost haunting the red battlefield. The Valkyrie is spinning, trying to track him, but her eyes can't keep up with his gamer brain tactics. She looks up, seeing Noah descending from above with his spear glowing with a terrifying dark light. He strikes with Blink, his weapon appearing inches from her face before she can even blink. BWOAGH. The energy impact is so loud it sounds like the world is tearing in half. He throws the spear with everything he has, pinning her to the floor of the blood lake. More magic circles flare up, locking her in place with ethereal chains of blue energy. Stab! He drives the killing blow home, his spear piercing her heart and shattering her physical form. Noah stands over her, his eyes cold, hoping this nightmare is finally over. The low mana warning persists, his vision blurring as the adrenaline starts to fade. The Valkyrie's body begins to dissolve into red petals, her struggle finally ending. She falls to her knees with a heavy thud, the red water splashing around her as she looks up at Noah. Noah clutches his head, a massive mana backlash hitting him like a physical blow. His hands are trembling, the dark veins of the corruption spreading further up his chest. Suddenly, the Valkyrie starts whispering. Please, please. She reaches out a hand toward the sky, calling out for her mother, with a voice full of heartbreak. Noah freezes, his eyes widening as he realizes there's a much deeper, more tragic story behind this spirit. I have failed you, she mutters as her hand falls limp into the blood. Noah stands over her, his expression softening for just a second as he watches her fade away. He lets out a heavy sigh, the weight of the battle finally catching up to his exhausted body. With one last splash, the Scarlet Valkyrie remnant disappears, leaving only ripples on the lake. Noah stands alone in the silence, his spear dripping with the essence of the spirit he just killed. A system message confirms. Kill! Level 127 defeated! But before he can celebrate, the blood lake starts to ooze with a dark, oily substance. A voice echoes from the shadows, whispering, "Forgive me," and Noah realizes the boss fight wasn't the end. The title card appears. Crimson Rot Valkyrie. The real monster has arrived. Credits roll, leaving us on the ultimate cliffhanger as the shadows swallow Noah whole. Noah's "what the hell" face says it all as the ground beneath him turns into a nightmare of black slime. The new entity is emerging, and the pressure is so intense it's literally cracking the mental space. Noah's eyes go wide. He realizes that compared to this new threat, the previous fight was just a warm-up. The Crimson Rot Valkyrie crawls out of the blood, her hair a wild mane of red, and her eyes glowing with insanity. She doesn't wait for a monologue. She dashes forward and slams Noah into the dirt before he can even think to blink. She looms over him, her presence filling the entire area with the stench of death and decayed flowers. She grabs Noah by the throat, hoisting him up like he weighs nothing at all. With a roar, she throws him across the bloodscape, his body skipping across the surface like a stone. Noah tries to stabilize himself, his boots making a sharp scritch sound as he grinds to a halt. He's trembling, looking at her with a mix of terror and "I'm in way over my head" realization. She asks if this is the worst he can do, her voice sounding like grinding glass. She raises her hands, and the lake responds by forming massive tentacles of dark, rotted blood. She's being wrapped in these red vines, her form evolving into something even more lethal. Whip. The vines tighten, and she becomes the Crimson Rot Valkyrie, a goddess of thorns and blood. She looks absolutely majestic and terrifying, her new armor made of hardened blood and red spider lilies. Vines double wrap around her limbs, pulsating with a rhythmic, sickly light. She even has a halo made of thorns and flowers, a dark saint of the Crimson Rot. She walks toward Noah, each step causing the blood lake to ripple with toxic energy. Noah realizes he can't win this as he is, so he pulls out a rare E-rank mana stone and eats it whole. His stats explode, mana regenerated to 200%, all attributes increased by 25. He dashes forward, his speed now high enough to create a sonic boom as he clashes with her. He picks up the spear again, feeling its power surging through his veins, even more potent than before. Tang! Their weapons meet, and the shockwave is so powerful it creates a massive crater in the lake. Noah gets knocked back, but he's still got tricks. He's calculating her movement patterns on the fly. She launches a flurry of slashes, each one leaving a trail of red petals that burn through Noah's mana shield. "Surprise!" Noah shouts, using a triple blink to get above her and land a heavy strike. She catches his arm mid-swing, her grip so tight that Noah's bones start to creak. "HRK!" He gasps for air as she starts to crush the life out of him. Noah curses his luck, realizing that even with his buffs, she's still way out of his league. "THMP! THMP!" His heart is pounding in his ears, and the sound of his own pulse is all he can hear. She mocks him, telling him that raw strength alone isn't enough to beat the spirit of the spear. She was ready for his next move, her vines snaking out to trap his legs before he can blink away. Noah manages to kick off her chest, creating just enough distance to reset his position. He falls to one knee, coughing up more blood as his health drops into the single digits. Suddenly he remembers the lesson from the Dragon Man Razor. True power comes from the void between strikes. His eyes light up. He's found the trick that might actually let him win this impossible fight. With a final zing, he activates his last remaining trump card. "Eat this!" he bellows, launching a point-blank blast of pure void energy right into her chest. He follows up with Exsanguinator Blood Drain, trying to pull the rot out of her and into himself. His max health is now at a pathetic 51%, but he doesn't care. He's committed to the kill. He coats his spear in neurotoxins, the liquid purple venom dripping into the blood lake. "Let's finish this!" he declares, his voice steady despite the fact that he's literally dying. He calls out to the Spear of Crimson End, demanding that it recognize him as its true master. He slashes through her defenses, the purple toxins hissing as they melt her armor. "Thack!" He lands a solid blow, sending her spinning through the air. She tries to counter, but Noah's new technique is too unpredictable for her to track. "Got me there!" He laughs manically as she lands a small scratch on his cheek. He triggers Void Hunter, Obliterate, a massive pillar of dark energy erupting from his spear. The Valkyrie is caught in the blast, her body being torn apart by the weight of the void. Snap! One of her limbs breaks under the pressure, the sound echoing like a gunshot. "Fuck your healing!" Noah screams, driving his spear deeper into her core to stop her regeneration. "Now!" he shouts, as if signaling someone, though he's all alone in this mental world. He puts everything into one final thrust, his spear glowing with a blinding, lethal light. Stab! The weapon goes all the way through, the energy detonating inside the Valkyrie's chest. Noah watches as her form begins to crumble, the red spider lilies withering into gray ash. He uses blood drain one last time, making sure there's nothing left for her to regenerate from. But as he turns to leave, a hand reaches out and grabs his face. She's still alive! With a heavy thud, she pulls him down into the blood, her strength failing but her spite remaining. They fall together, the two of them looking like a tragic statue in the middle of the red lake. URRP! She bites down on his neck, her teeth sinking deep into his jugular as she drains his life. A final notification pops up. Inflicted. Noah is paralyzed, and his mana is gone. With one last wham, she slams him down, the impact shattering what was left of his health bar. Everything goes white, the sound of the blood lake fading into a dull hum. Noah coughs one last time, thinking to himself that dying twice in the arms of a beautiful woman isn't a bad way to go. The Valkyrie looks down at him, her eyes finally clearing as the corruption fades away. Squeeze! The thorns tighten around Noah's body, the red light fading into a cold, dark blue. The system flashes, health in critical condition, 3%. Noah's eyes start to close, his inner monologue accepting that this might be the end of the road. Maybe it's time I finally rest, he thinks, his vision fading to black. The last thing he sees is a single red spider lily floating on the surface of the blood. The screen turns red, and the most dreaded words in gaming appear, "YOU died." The credits roll over a field of licorice flowers. Is this really the end for the Devourer? Stay tuned to find out. The screen is cold and red, flashing the words every gamer fears, "YOU died." Noah floats in a dark, starry void, wondering if this is actually the end, but something feels off. This doesn't feel like death. Suddenly, a voice booms through the silence, calling him Master, and Noah's eyes snap open in confusion. It's Tony, his parasite arm, now in his bat form and speaking out loud for the very first time. Tony tells him they are in a bad dream, a place where reality and non-reality get all mixed up. Noah's still a bit dazed, asking for a better explanation while the stars swirl around him. Tony warns him that this is a battle of wills, and if Noah gives up here, the crimson rot will eat his soul for real. Noah looks at his HUD and sees his health at 0%, realizing his mind is being tricked into thinking he's dead. Tony explains that the Valkyrie's victory was a mental blow, but he's not dead until the rot consumes everything. Our boy needs to force his mind back into the fight, but he's not exactly sure how to jumpstart his own spirit. Tony asks if Noah is ready to fight back together, and before he can answer, things get intense. The HUD! Tony plunges back into Noah's chest, sending a massive shockwave of dark energy through his heart. Noah clutches his head in agony, his eyes glowing as a searing pain rips through his senses. Tony yells at him to focus, telling him this is his own mind, and he needs to take control! The darkness explodes into white light, Tony's multiple red eyes appearing behind Noah as he awakens his true potential. Here goes! Noah shouts as he's catapulted back into the bloodscape, falling through the stars like a comet. Back in reality, the Valkyrie is standing over Noah's corpse, but his hand starts trembling as life surges back into him. Grab! Noah reaches up and catches the Valkyrie's spear mid-air, shocking the spirit who thought she'd already won. Her eyes go wide, a single word of disbelief escaping her lips as the dead human stares her down. She leaps back in a panic, the blood splashing around her as she tries to put distance between them. Noah stands up, surrounded by a swirling aura of dark purple smoke, telling her it's not over yet. He triggers Metamorphosis, his attributes spiking by 25% with only 60 seconds on the clock to end this. Clank! Their spears collide with a violent spark, Noah's movements now faster and more aggressive than ever. He lets out a flurry of slashes, the red petals of the Valkyrie's armor flying as he finally pushes her back. Noah realizes he's still not fast enough, but Tony tells him to hold on. He's making some adjustments. The dark parasite starts to cover Noah's face like a mask, enhancing his reflexes and his vision. "So this is how you're helping me?" Noah asks, feeling the raw power of the symbiote flowing through his skin. The black energy wraps around his torso, hardening his skin into a living armor that pulses with a dark light. Noah looks like a total demon now, one eye glowing red as he lets out a predatory grin. He tells the Valkyrie they're finally even, and the air around them starts to vibrate from the pressure. To make her defeat certain, Noah dashes forward, a massive blue magic circle forming in his path. He pulls out a D-rank mana stone and crunches it, his mana reserves instantly hitting 300% capacity. Every single attribute jumps by 50 points, and Noah's spear starts to glow with a lethal, serrated energy. Rardh! He lets out a war cry, charging through the blood lake like a juggernaut. The Valkyrie can't believe the sheer amount of power coming off a mere human. Clank! The force of their next clash sends out a massive shockwave that clears the red mist for miles. Boom! Noah's strength is on a whole different level now, stronger than he's ever been in this life. The weapons are just a blur of red and black as they trade blows that would level a mountain. Noah weaves through her vines, his eyes tracking every single thorn with terrifying precision. Clash! He kicks her spear aside and follows up with a heavy shoulder bash that sends her reeling. The Valkyrie curses under her breath, realizing she's actually being hunted by this guy now. Noah checks the timer. Only 31 seconds left before his transformation wears off and he's left vulnerable. Tony tells him he's hardening his skin as needed, and Noah takes the opportunity to dive right into her next attack. She tries to trap him with a wave of rotted blood, but Noah just smashes through it with raw force. Tony warns him another adaptation is coming up, his body shifting to become even more aerodynamic. Ting! Noah blocks a lethal thrust with his bare arm, the hardened skin acting like a shield. Nice one, Tony! Noah cheers, using the opening to drive his elbow into the spirit's face. The Valkyrie's spear is knocked out of her hands, spinning away through the red air. Noah doesn't give her a second to breathe, a series of teleportation circles appearing all around her. He pulls his spear back for one final, massive thrust, the dark energy swirling like a hurricane. Stab! He drives the spear through her chest, the impact creating a massive crater in the lake. The Valkyrie lets out a final, pained JKH as her physical form starts to fracture. She starts to fall, the red spider lilies around her neck withering away into nothing. Shutch cluck! Noah twists the blade, making sure the corruption is fully purged from the spirit. He lands with a heavy SHK sound on the blood-soaked ground, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Tony's multiple eyes glow with triumph as Noah delivers a final high-kick adaptation that shatters her armor. The Valkyrie stands there, trembling, as a final zing of energy marks the end of the struggle. The world goes white for a second as the mental bond finally snaps into place. Noah stands amidst a forest of spears, his body battered, but his spirit absolutely unbroken. He lets out one last RAAH as the dark energy dissipates, leaving him in control of the field. Slash! The final remnants of the crimson rot are torn away from the spear's core. The timer hits 17 seconds, and Noah can feel the massive power boost starting to drain away. Clang! He catches her one last time, her eyes finally showing respect instead of pure madness. Noah triggers blood drain, pulling the last of the Valkyrie's power into his own body. He leaps high into the air, the sun of the mental world shining behind him as he prepares to land. This better hit, he prays, knowing he only has this one single chance left before he collapses. Tang! The weapons meet for the final time, the sound of the collision ringing out like a funeral bell. Esh cluck! The spear tip finds its mark, and the Valkyrie finally goes still. The timer hits exactly 0 seconds, and Noah's transformation ends just as the victory is secured. A legendary notification appears. Crimson Rot Valkyrie killed. Level 127 defeated. Would you like to consume? Finally, Noah mutters, his eyes returning to normal as he stands over the fallen warrior. The spear finally recognizes him as its true master, the bond complete at last. The credits roll as Noah Brown stands victorious, now wielding one of the most dangerous weapons in the world.